All right, it is time. Mic check. 1 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We're back. We got the new robot magma dumper set up. And for the most part, I wouldn't say it's working well. The only problem is that we just got to do some safety precautions. Loading in, loading in. All right, we're in. All right, so one of the things that I realize is part of the problem here is the fact that I put a metal tile here. I probably shouldn't have. Because what ends up happening is that, you see this tile? This tile now interacts with this tile. In a vacuum, airflow and mesh only interact with the tile they're sitting on. So these two on the side of it do not interact with the mesh tile. We know this because our other build is built that way. This is at 15 and it stays at 15 despite these being at 120. Right? So the mesh tile in a vacuum only interacts with the tile below. In our case, that's going to be the steel metal tile. That's kind of a problem because that means we extract too much heat. Okay, it looks like we could lower this by a little bit. Let's go to 250. We could solidify a little faster. We got 3 bots. Let's go. This guy is not high. It's only at 240. Okay. Do the job. Let's go to 50 seconds. We need to adjust how often we feed this. I'm starting to realize that this bottle may actually solidify. That'd be bad. That would be kind of bad. We would need them to specifically grab this if possible. They dropped another bottle. So this seems fine. We're cooling this down pretty fast. We do want to solidify the igneous pretty steadily. Just want to make sure... Yeah, one way. The dupes can't reach that? Okay, we should be fine with that. So we're going to be opening this up. It's not really going to matter anymore what we have over here, so we're just going to open it up. This build is basically done. Can't be too mad about this. It's time to open it up. So we can jump over to here, trim this. Okay, we can dig all of that out, get it ready. I've never made biobots before. Have you interacted with the rovers that you get from the rockets? It's the same exact thing. You know when you build a rocket and you send the rover module to explore on the surface? Can they toggle off buildings? They should not be able to. Should being the key word. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of paying attention to this. What's going on, Diva Dan? I see you over there, though. Hope you're having a good one. But yeah, these guys can't do a lot of things. If you use a move to relocate command, they cannot do that. They need a bin to sweep to. Pitcher pump is not a dupe specific job. Even though it says duplicate operation, it's not a skilled task, so they could do it. That being said, they cannot build certain buildings. I don't know which buildings they cannot make, though. I don't know the extensive list. But yeah, they're pretty limited, man. Okay, we could add a lot more heat to this. I'm at 3K hours, and only a week ago I built speed for the first time. I'm at 6K hours, 5K, 6K hours, somewhere in there. And I have never built this building, the ore scrubber. You probably don't even know this exists. D-Mayor, welcome in. This could be a toggle. I think we could do something like this. Sweep only, magma, and prioritize it. I think I could also shorten the timer on this. Make it so that we get more igneous to condense a little bit faster. We could probably shorten this to 200. Do a 250. But the problem with doing it that way is that I have to micro this, and I don't want to micro it. This is cooling down pretty fast. We're going to want to fine-tune this so that we don't ever have this fill up. Yeah, it's like Pro League of Legends. There's 200 champions you could play, but they banned the same pool of 30. They really do be like that sometimes, man. Alright, the bottle's on. We did it. We don't have to put sweep only anymore. Let them pick out the other stuff. Alright, we got up close to 200. It's gonna cool back down, though. This is probably good balance. 200 and then 50. Yeah, this went down in about 100 seconds, about 15 degrees. I went up to 179, and then I went down to 165. So that means we'll get to like 150 by the time we get the magma to continue spilling. It's getting there. 155. Okay, 154. And then the magma continues. Goes back up. It went as low as 152. They're going to pull another bottle right now. And door opens. 183, 179. This looks fine. If anything, it'll creep up slowly by like 2 degrees at a time, but I think that's okay. Alright, not bad. The tamer's done. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, the next thing we gotta do is do a little bit of temperature control. I think we could just do it off of here, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, we just gotta pull off like one tile. The only thing that kind of sucks is that this is at 18 degrees. Arbor trees. 15 to 40. So that's technically fine. And then not only that, we could adjust this to be a little higher. Let's go up to 22. And then I think what the idea going to be for us is we're going to extend this down. 44, 41. Yeah, we're going to pull it down this way. The only problem with that is that we won't be able to build everything. And the freaking natty gas is like filled up. So even if we get this, we'll be able to build these two. So unless I'm pulling the pipeline off of here, I want to pull it off of here though. Alright, we're gonna have to turn off one of the gens. Effectively what we're gonna want to do. And then looking outside is 43, 44. We're just gonna chill underneath this reservoir. And then the one thing is that this radiant pipe's in a weird spot. And then this is at how much? 0, 11, 11. That's because this is not active. It's probably fine though. Just kind of mad this is in a weird spot like that. So what I'll do is we'll probably want to run this down. And then we'll want to run the cobalt here. And then we need to make the connection. The problem is going to be, though, that radiant pipe is no longer going to be there and no longer going to be radiant. So we're going to have to move it over. Or maybe we just move it entirely. Yeah, we could just bop the radiant pipe. Let's remove this mesh so that we could build these two tiles right there. And then we are going to need to add in water. Put in an airflow tile right there and get a bottle drainer. Get the bridge on. Get it ready. And then we'll have to make sure we do the moves properly. And then hopefully that's going to be enough. Hopefully that's going to be cool enough for this entire area to become growable for the arbor tree. I think our slug setup is fine because our copper and gold are both going down. We might have to start feeding them something else so that we could eat all the metal that we're generating. I'm probably going to start feeding them cobalt. I hate to say that, but we got to feed them the metals. You know what? I'm going to feed them iron until we get up to like 100 tons. Feed them the iron. Keep the slugs. And then we need to crush pokeshell molts. Eggshells. We have a lot of eggshells. A lot of fossil. We have a hospital. Not bad. And then we have a lot of resin as well. Are we out of resin? We are out of resin. We actually caught up to the resin. Dude, 49 tons of plastic. I mean, they made it. All right, so we're gonna cut this line. Connect. Remove that line. Bob that. We will want to specifically disable the aqua tuner so we don't mess up here. And then this is salt water. Alright, cool. Biobots are chilling. Everything seems like it's working fine. Somehow that tile got dug, but I'll take it. We're going to be going down this way. Dig it out like that once we get down there. We have a weird chute system, but it's fine. This was really just to create a vacuum, so I think we could remove this. Power line. That's a temporary line. I'll clean it up later. Same thing with this one. And then this is going to be the water that we're going to feed into the arbor trees. Advanced medical booster? No, we don't need that. We're not making microchips, right? Yeah, that's not being made right now. All right, so we do want to get this to be all arbor trees. Where do we want the cooling to be at? We're going to do a temp setup here. We're going to go with 8 tiles. We're going to build exactly 1 temp shift plate out of brine ice. And the logic's simple. We're just going to melt the ice to cool down the temperature, spot cooling. All right, we are going to unplug the AQ just to make sure it doesn't do anything jank. What that prevents is the pipelines from jamming. All right, we should be good. Remove the bridge before doing anything else. That should be the temp shift plate. Nice and cool. Okay, this should be good. Turn on the AQ again. Put on the mesh. Uncheck the salt. Status, nothing inside. Decon. Extract pipe contents right here. I'm lagging though. Autosave lag. Alright, let's pop that. Get that in. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we're not going to need this liquid lock. I don't want to deal with the spill, because it's just going to create another spill, and then it's going to be a chain reaction of spills. We're still vacuuming the H2 over there. It's fine. The hydrogen tamer is working well. Self-tame. Look at that single module. Self-tamed. I have a wheel here just to jumpstart it because you have to. And then the only thing is that my walls are getting hot. That kind of sucks. But yeah. Self-power, self-tame. There's a battery inside. This should have been insulated so that I could have just used gold. That would have lowered the temperature here because we would have more temperature control here with the tile cooling. This is also self-cooling. So it's just going to stabilize. So it's already stabilized. Outside of that, we're working our way up to the left side right here where the gold is, and the 176 tons of gold in a single tile. Goddamn. All the slugs are going to be fed today, or at least we're going to try. Oh yeah, this is done. The CO2 chamber. All right, so let's clean this up. Let's clean that up. We should actually just clean up this area. The ethanol cooling loop is probably fine. Why so much gold? This has been active for 1,450 cycles. It's been chugging, dude. You guys know the story of the tortoise and the hare? Because on cycle 10, all the geysers erupt, right? So the metal volcanoes in the oil biome have slowly heated up the biome. The iron did it over here to like 180. Dealing with that means dumping all the water inside. Otherwise, you have like no way of cooling. It's fun times, as they say. But yeah, we're trying to stop it too, but we still get some steam every now and then. We need to dump ice temperature plates, try to cool everything down. We have a liquid lock here, just in case we have a zombie spore outbreak, the classic. And then we're going to be dealing with the gold soon. Alright, so we are going to remove all that, including the bridge. I don't know why we have a bottle filler here. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. The bees have solidified in their own poop. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Come on, my dupes. Save the bees. I think that only happened because of the save load. That's what I'm thinking. I might be wrong. Alright, we're gonna put that there so we can dig up everything else. And then we're gonna open up this area. I should have actually kept the pump. Now that I think about it. Save load issues in this game, man. It's plagued by it. It's everywhere. Can't stop, won't stop, man. Alright, so this is asking for more CO2. So we wanted to make a coal gen area so that we could get more of the CO2 for the bees. Well, and for the pitch pepper nuts. They want more water. And we do have some that wants to be converted, but there's not enough CO2 for this to run. Such a weird problem. Guys, we don't have enough CO2. That sounds like such a travesty, man. Dude, I'm lagging so bad. Everything is like partially loading. I guess we could pump from here. Okay, so what can we do? Oh, this gone down to 149. Let's make this 60 seconds. I feel like we're starting to lag. And as a result, I feel like we need to start limiting some of our movement. That way, we don't have free access everywhere. So the easy one is bopping all of these doors by the ranch, because the back half is never going to be needed. These are going to be fine. Oh, we just have too many critters. Haha, the classic. Ah, man, yeah, I think it's time, boys. We got to start executing some of the critters. The dartles especially, they got to go. We got to call another set of Rexes. The Phloxes have trimmed down a little bit. I wouldn't mind doing some more, though. And I think we need to just take out some Lums. Is there any other critter we could bop? Remove the slugs. That's effectively what it is, though, right? Alright, so now we're going to do this. That way we just mop up the water. Alright, good stuff. We could start trimming that. Start popping that. We'll probably want to keep that ladder for now. So we're going to build tiles out to it. Move some tiles there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 13, 12, 11, 11. So that's what, 22, 13, 35, 47. I need 71 arbor trees in order to use up all the polluted water we generate from this geyser. Fun times. So we need to create a little bit more space. This cooling looks like it's working. I want to say we should be fine. I want to say we should be fine. All right, we will do airflow here. We are not going to have this be a slug room extension. We are instead going to have some open trees here. So we're at what? 47? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 52. We'll probably have to put some trees here. Hey, Moot Chip, coming in with the raid. Shout out to you, dude. Thank you so much. We rode with hugs. Yo, man, all the hugs. How was the Onis? I see you over there playing some Oxygen Not Included. As you can tell, we also play a little bit of Onis ourselves. So talk to us about the stream. What'd you guys get done today? Hopefully the dupes are being good dupes. Typically, though, dupes be duping. So, you know, that's a struggle. Either way, though, talk to us about the stream. What'd you guys get done today, man? Hopefully stream was good. But of course, thank you so much for the raid. My name is Too Legit. We're going to be looking to tame some geysers today. Get into some of the other stuffs that we got to do. We're going to be using water from the salt water and polluted water grows some plants. Finally hook up our CO2 design, clean up the area, and potentially get to this hot gold that has 176 tons of gold piled up on a single tile. Classic gold volcano shenanigans. But yeah, welcome in. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. I'm not going to take the food. We have 10 million kilocalories. It was good. Haven't gotten much done because I'm tired. The Goodman polluted water geyser. I'm going to use that to see and make some use for that. Oh, that's nice. Pea water is really good, but yo, man, if you're tired, man. Oni's a game that will, for lack of better words, kind of force you to keep playing sometimes. I mean, it doesn't really force you. You just get this urge to keep playing. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But yo, man, appreciate the raid. Thank you for the community row share with Iris. And yo, man, if you are tired, get some rest, man. It's gonna be a big weekend. Super Bowl Sunday. You know what it is. It is just about all I play now, especially when I learned about new things watching stream. Dude, there's a lot to learn. There is a lot to learn. So if there's anything about the run right now that you guys see, have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try to do my best to be able to help. Have a good rest of the stream. Appreciate Moot. Take care of business, man. Whatever it is you gotta do. Big floofy pillow. But yeah, I'm lagging a little bit. So I know one of the reasons why I'm lagging. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm trying to convert a lot of resources just for the sake of conversion. So as a result, the critters that I'm using is starting to lag. It's the classic. This is hot ethanol. We can't really do anything with that. All right, let's try to keep all the trees on this one side. We will want to unplug that at some point once the steel starts. Yep, there's the steel. That's what I was worried about. When the biobots die, they just fall down as a chunk of steel. And that's usually going to fall down in the magma pit if they're sitting on the pitcher pump. So that's bad. We need to pull that out. That might be a heat source, man. Feels bad, man. Alright, either way. I'm probably gonna want to stop this ladder, like right there, and pull the rest off of that one. So probably want to do something like that. We're probably gonna want to mirror how this kind of lays out too. And then we're gonna pull this across. So this is gonna be the airflow setup, most likely. That does mean we do this then. Maybe not that one. And then fireball down to there as well. To get to this level. And then we make them go around. These are going to be pips. They're going to be free eating, so we get dirt. And then we're going to use the dirt for other stuff. This is maintaining. This magma, though, is cooling. It's cooling really fast. Let's do a sweep only. Sweep this. Oh, another one died. Classic. So this is going to be steel. And the biobots are going to pick that up, put it. That's why this is here. We're going to be pulling out said steel and letting it sit on the floor. Alright, so the priorities are 5 and 5, so nothing happens. We're going to lower this to 1, and then it's going to get pulled out. Oh, it loops into itself. Oh no, bro. God damn it. Alright, we got to open this. And dude... It's actually gonna overheat, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dude, I forgot that does that. Classic mistake, yo, man. I feel like a scrub. Gilbert, how you hurt? Alfred, Gilbert, you guys gotta go to the hospital. Oh, they culled a lot of the Rexes. We still have a lot. Feels bad. Let's do another T-Rex culling. We have way too many T-Rexes. We got to do this. I'm going to assume we're going to try to trim this down. Yeah, I could catch steel midair. That is true. Dang it, man. Alright, we will have to fix this somehow. We need a spot for the steel to fall into that could stay cold. Man, alright. And then we will have to spill some water into here. Let's mop up all that we can. Okay, got a couple mop chops. We're gonna jump down this way. That's a bad jump. We jump down this way. And then we open these. That's all pretty bad. Maybe we do go that way. I do want to spill this out. Man, these are all bad because there's missing a tile right there. I jumped down here. We can't go to here. I guess we just go up this way. We don't need to do those. And we just go across. Spill out the water. And then we need to clean up the water here and put this in a proper box so there's an off gas. And then we need to deal with the stuff right there. Alright, so another thing we're going to have to do is math for the reservoir space for the pea water. Looking at this right now, though, I want to say it's doing pretty good. Let's get the fire pole in. Replace the normal ladder. How come no one's mopping? There we go. And I guess we do get another floor down here. go over to the water on this side. We have a vac. It's a vacuum, so I can't really be too mad about this. I just need to hook up the CO2 so we start feeding the bees. I mean, they're not technically eating. It's literally them just, you know, being bees. We're gonna dig out a lot of the rust right here. So boop, boop. I mean, the water, though. The whole purpose of the pitcher pump is because of the water's there. Yeah, we might as well. Let's start pumping this up. Let's get a res here, res here. Pump, pump, pump it up. Go down. Oh, we don't have. We have to go down this way. 3, 3. Here, here. And then we're gonna pull out a water pipeline. We have a power line right there, even if it's temporary. And then we're just gonna move out the water. Very simple idea. The bees are back. We just gotta get some CO2 to start feeding them again. I do think we don't need this here anymore, so we're gonna bop that. Let's mop this up. How much is here? 415. So what is that? It's 800. So we need 8 tiles. Maybe not that one. No, I gotta do that. Heck. The bees are back in town. That's a song. Yes. Got the mop job. Let's go. Thank you, Alfred. Shout out to Alfred, the butler. Doing all the work we need him to do. We will do a little bit of micromanaging here. A little bit of cleanup in this area for the bad gases. The CO2 is fine. We're gonna want to try to clean up the purple gas of shame, chlorine, and natty gas that's floating around here. What's going on, Cthulhu? I see you over there. How are you, dude? Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing great. Appreciate you for tuning in. Alveo Vera, sure. Just dumping out some gases real fast. A little bit of micromanaging. Ooh. The gases here are looking a little bit better. Let's go. I also wanted to dig out a lot of the bleach stone here. Y'all got any more of them snow days? Dude, it's 90 over here, dude. Or it was. It's cooled down a little bit. Y'all over there taking our cold temperatures. Y'all getting there, though. Goddamn. Yeah, I can see why y'all want some of them snow days. We're gonna add some ice in this area. They very drastically need some cooling. Oh, the weather command has a cooldown to ensure accuracy. We want to make sure that it's always accurate. Got up to 33 there. Damn, man. Dude, it's getting hot, man. Global warming is real. My goodness. It really is. Alright, so this is ready. We're gonna bop some of these. Get the good setup. Run this across. Run this across. And then run that across. I guess that means we could start digging that. It's a 15 to 30 second cooldown, depending on how Nightbot likes you. If Nightbot doesn't like you, he can make you wait a minute. and then you got to redo the commands. Yeah, you got to redo the commands. Oh, the freaking pump's not even built yet. Come on, man, build the pump. And do a little bit more mopping over there. That did get dug out. Okay, we could just go out like this then. We're gonna clear out some space right here. So we're at 47. We're gonna get some over here. Let's move out the tiles. Let's bop the ladder. We'll do the top one first. And we will also want to make it so that this ladder isn't there. We will very likely want to also do the pitcher pump. Because we're going to need to take care of all the pea waters in the area. There it is. Minus 24. Goodness. Could you share some of that, dude? Asking for a friend. Can you share some of that? Alright, I'm gonna do something jank right here. We're gonna do wide pool 13. We could do 6. 6 180, that's what, 20 divided by 6. It's like 3. We are gonna decon this ethanol that's at 72, so it's gonna be hot. And then we're gonna put an ice temperature plate there to cool it down. What's going on, Void? Welcome in. We doing all right, man. Just trying to stay cool. I didn't know it was the Super Bowl this weekend until someone in chat told me. Feels out of date, man. Well, it's not really feels out of date. I just didn't realize. I didn't know, man. Did you get the Radiance yet? What's that? Oh, the boss. Yeah, we beat it yesterday. We beat it yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 24 plus 47, 60, 71. Perfect. Good stuff. So that means the next thing we got to do is Silk Song. We start that on Tuesday. Silk Song on Tuesday, boys. We are not going to be doing the DLC endings because I've heard from chat that they are horrible. So we are going to be not doing that for the sake of sanity. What plants are these? These are going to be arbor trees. I don't actually have a lot of seeds. I need to start planting them now. Wait. Arbor trees. Am I crazy? Oh, it's right here. I only have 2 seeds. We'll probably want to run that over so we'll get a line. And we'll get a couple of starters here. Just to get the feed started. So we're doing this so that we get seeds right now. Get that set up. We're gonna want all the pipeline together. Okay, so we need to consume the water from this, and we generate 2.7 kilograms per second perpetual. All we have to do is be able to have enough reservoirs to kind of hold the water it produces. So if this is we're going to look at two things. Average amount for a total, and then buffer for the immediate eruption. So we are going to be doing what? 7 kgs times 389. That's 2,700 kilograms of pea water per cycle. Okay, so we get about 2.7 tons. Each tree maybe, is it hard? I don't know, man. I don't think it's too bad. All right, so we have 70 kgs times 71. That's 4,970. Wait, am I doing good math here? So 7 kilograms times 389 is 2,723 kilograms. 2.7 times 600 is 1.6. Wait a second. Do I not need that many arbitraries? Hold up. 70 kgs of pea water per cycle. Did I do really bad math? Holy crap. Did I do really bad math? I don't know anything about Silksong. My chat did tell me that it was going to be tough, so I should play Hollow Knight first. So maybe it's a little bit hard. Whoa, wait. Let's do some math right now. So 2.7 times 600. I get on average 1.6 tons of pea water per cycle. This is 70. You divide this by 70 and you get 23. Oh, I only needed 23. You breezed through most of Hollow Knight, so Silksong won't be too bad. Dude, chat didn't believe I was a gamer. That's what it was, man. How did we get to 71? Did I mix up? Oh, you know what it was? I probably needed to do 71 bristle blossoms because we're going to be converting salt water. But yeah, if you play Hollow Knight first and play Silksong second, you get the whole story. I hear that while that's true, it's not as big of a deal. Because I asked a lot of chat if I needed to play Hollow Knight first. All of them said no. It's just like, it's only a little bit of lore that you miss out on. They said I really needed to play it though for the movement and platforming. Because I don't do a lot of platform games. But it is pretty just... lack of better words, it was easy. Wait, I only need 23 plants. Oh, dude. Okay, we gotta redo some of this. We cancel that. We don't need to do that anymore. We probably bop all the piping here. Hunter, welcome in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then we have 12 here. It's 25. That's more than enough already. So we don't need the other floors. Okay. Dude, I messed up my math. I thought I needed 71 arbitraries. We only really needed just 23. So I did really bad math. We're gonna keep these here to get it started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll have some pips roam around in here. We are not gonna make that into a ranch. We're just gonna have them wild, so to speak. Silksong endings are sad. I mean, you could say that about Hollow Knight too. So that's 25. We bop 2. If we keep the 5 there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we only have the front 5, that's fair. Or we bop these. You know what? We'll do that. Let's cancel this. Let's also bop the piping here. Could squeeze more into this space. 1, 2, 3. So 12, 13. So it's 2, right? That we remove. I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put the reservoirs inside. No, I don't want them to be in a ranch because I don't want them multiplying. We only want the pips for a little bit of passive dirt generation from them eating the branches. Because at the end of the day, our critter count's way too high. Like if it hit F11, we have 680 critters randomly in the map. I'm lagging, dude. I'm starting to lag. We have too many critters just roaming, dude. Like, we're calling the Rexes pretty... Oh, we could actually see the critter feeders behind it now. We still gotta take out some more. And we have way too many hatches. Our igneous, though, went from, like, 15 to, like, 900. And then we started stream around 900. So the igneous is going down, even though we have another volcano to tame still. This is active. Oh, man. Okay, it's getting there. Yeah, man, we gotta do it. We gotta start doing some target practice, man. I'm actually gonna just take out these fish. Can't really do anything with that. All right, pumped up the waters. Let's go. So we're just trying to remove the water from here so that we could just dig out the space, have it be a little bit cleaner. And then we're gonna start moving out the gas. Bad gas is gonna get pumped out. Okay, so this is fine. Okay, so unfortunately, we're gonna remove the hydroponics here. A lot of these are no longer necessary. While you were playing Hollow Knight, did you miss playing? So I specifically try to change the game I play every stream so that I don't get burned out. I want to be able to play this every day if I can. But the problem is that when you do that, at some point you get tired of the game. Because that's all you play. At some point, you know, you're gonna want to take a break from it. So I want to avoid that. So I alternate the games. So I'm okay with it. I will say though, the one thing I hate about Hollow Knight is how I get the upper shoulder back strain. Because I'm in gamer posture all day, every day. The classic situation. Mouse and keyboard, I guess I've gotten used to it over the ages. The long nights playing World of Warcraft, I guess. I don't know. I got used to it, man. When you're playing Roblox, you get that too. Yeah, man. You gotta watch out. You gotta take care of yourself. All right, so we will have to clean this area up. I'm thinking we could just spill it, man. I don't want to, though. All right, let's mop up as much as we can first, so we minimize the spill. So we know this is going to be all we need. This is going to be pea water. Auto bottle, we'll bump that to a 7. Copy paste. For now, that's going to be how we do it. And then we're going to start growing trees here. We're going to do the first 2 so that we get seeds. That's going to be the big thing. We're not going to be able to actually grow trees if we don't have the seeds. So we're going to try to get as many as we can. And then we're going to have to clean up the rest of the map. And then we're probably going to use some of this space for pea water storage, because we're going to have to put it in reservoirs. That's probably going to be part of what we're going to want to do. This is probably okay to remove. Sweep some of the stuff there. Sweep in a lot of areas. Okay, so from here, we could dig that. We're going to leave this mass there, but we're going to leave the abyssalite there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to trim that all the way down. So we can't get to that. Maybe we have a platform goal out, and then we'll be able to climb up later. Thank you, Alfred. All right, we should be able to reach everything. Good stuff, Alfred. Thank you, thank you. Do this to go down. Start digging out the bottom. We could dig that, dig this, dig that, climb up the side. All the hatches, though, man. We have way too many hatches. A lot of them are getting evolved, so we can't be too mad. And we're feeding them all the igneous in this little apartment complex. Oh, it's gone up 905. Oof. Oh yeah, we deconstruct this pipe. Hey, let's go. We will harvest this so that we get seeds. I guess we could start moving some pips here. We don't need to yet, though. We'll get that in soon. We are also not going to deodorize the area yet. Up here we have some. But until we get rid of this pea water, I don't think it's really going to matter too much. Alright, we're also going to build out this weird platform. This way we could fix that setup without having to worry too much. Okay, we got to build the reservoirs. Keep the water pumping. Pumping out the bad gas. And then we gotta hook this up soon. So I guess we could just open this and run the pipeline in. It's gonna look kind of gross. We're just gonna have to open that and break the vacuum. No, I don't want to do that yet. We'll open this to jump down, jump up. Maybe we'll do it like this and get a temporary tile right there so we can pull the wire out. That wouldn't be bad. Let's put the gas bridge so we could feed the little babies. You were wrong. Pips have a chance of getting seeds in general. That's just kind of the pip thing. But farmers are able to get seeds too when they harvest the branches. But yeah, pips in general will get seeds from them because they will eat the branches and they do that little climbing motion. I believe that is the only plant that the pips are able to generate seeds off of. I do not believe that happens on the Thimbleweed. But you could argue that's like a special interaction. Why does that look like nuclear waste? We'll connect that to the bottom eventually. Okay, so we need to keep this there. And then we need to remove the center. That means I need to get another floor here. We're gonna do it with a space gap in between so we could sweep everything still. And then this should be all right. Okay. So we're going to be trying to get some seeds for that, and then we need to start setting up the salt water over here. We're going to try to keep these bees alive, but we're going to have to bop like a portion of it, do the hydrogen vent. So we will want to go into here soon. Just going to do a little bit of cleanup up here. Another thing we might want to do is limit movement, so we don't have that much space for the dupes to move around in, so we don't lag as much. All right, so there is that. We're going to slowly extract out the ethanol that's hot. You can see it's interacting. All right, we're going to let that kind of just dump out, warm up the area. The coolant over here is working out pretty well. 40, 39, 38. I mean, that's probably because of this, though. And hopefully we'll be able to cool it down. This is still a little bit warm. Let's get another ice temperature plate here. Get some spot cooling in. I might actually want to put like a wheeze ward or something here. Okay, 43. The bottle is slowly warming up as we add mass to it. 48, yep. And then the brine is going to warm it up, or cool it down. Nice. Okay, so we're cleaning up this left side. I want to build a tile here. We're going to pull out the wire. This is set up. All we got to do is connect this now. And then the wire here. I could probably pull that through because we don't need that tile. Same thing there. And then we got to keep pumping. The water needs to be pumped up as well. There's a way to keep doing this. Can we mop this yet? That would save us some time. Looks like the mass is too high though. Looking for food. You know what I'm wondering? No, it broke. God damn it, dude. Save load. Alright, is the other one's broken? We gotta go and fix that. This one's fine. This one is fine. This one is fine. And then we know the one we built the other day is fine as well. Yeah, save load BS. A lot of builds break on save load. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, good news is that this is an easy fix. Given what we have to do. The only problem is I need to stop the dupes from yeah. The biggest problem is the fact that if we have igneous on that tile, they're gonna eat all of it. So a lot of the igneous is on the ground in the oil, which is fair. a lot right here. Okay, how much do we have right here? I'm just wondering if we have... I guess we could look at it with the overview, I think. Mineral. Dude, there is no igneous here. No way. So the problem is that if I open this up, I'm scared a dupe's gonna go inside and grab the igneous and break the lock. I mean, we gotta do it though, right? We built the igneous ladder and it didn't sweep to it. I wonder how much igneous is on this tile. We will likely want to build a igneous insulated tile right there. The logic for that is simple. We're gonna decon this so that we could take care of it. Actually, we don't need that, right? Yeah. We'll just do it like this. And then we got to do these 4 tiles. Dude, yeah, we need one of those, man. No taking out stuff that could boil the liquid lock. That's illegal, fam. All right, it doesn't look like that's that many lums, but I can't tell, man. They're overlapped perfectly. 700 critter. Dude, it feels like the numbers just keep going up. All right, man. Another set of lums gotta go. Same thing with the Rexes. The critters count just keeps going up, dude. Heckin' critters. Gonna have to bop some floxes. Part of it's probably this. And then it's probably also, yeah, random dartles. We gotta bop. Man, does that... Dude, I want to keep the dogs, though. We got the dogs inside the bedrooms. I want them to let them hang out. Maybe we have to bop the bammets or something. Maybe we have to bop these guys. I was thinking about introducing gas to these guys, so they become regular long hair slicksters. And we basically, what's the word I want to use for that? We introduce them to our society. Dude, smooth hatch egg, what the heck? Where does that dump into? How'd you pick that up? Oh, the dispenser right there. All the hatch eggs. My goodness. They might be doing the job of the sweepers, because this is high priority. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, they're pulling out the eggs from here. What a travesty. I mean, the eggs are not hot, though, so I guess it's fine. Oh, my God. They didn't break the vac. No hot materials getting pulled out. They're pulling out all the eggs, though. It's so funny. All right, so there's a glitch tile right there. We're going to cut the automation so it doesn't open anymore. We're gonna wait for the autosave lag. All right, we're gonna go down to 1x and save. All right, good stuff. All right, we gotta quit the desktop, relaunch the game because there's a save load bug that we gotta fix. Oops. Heckin' man. You know what will be the ultimate bait? I load in and another magma tamer breaks. A different one. Don't you do this to me, man. We went from having such a nice run, couple of streams, no magma tamer breaks. Oh man. There it is, the tile of doom. Oh my god, the 9 tons of hot igneous. Alright, we're gonna relocate that here. We're gonna dig that. We gotta rebuild that steel mesh. We gotta do these two. Please. So the idea is that while they're moving the igneous, they won't use it for the other jobs. You know what? Let's make this priority 1 so no one does yet. Because realistically, it's not as bad if we move that to the feeders out here. It's more so that if they cause steam to break, that's going to bop the build pretty bad. Hydrate, Batik. So right when I drank my coffee, man, that timing. We have water today. Let's go. Pick up all the eggs. That's all they're doing right now, picking up eggs. What's going on, Matixo? Water's goated, always will be. Oh, dude, that's not steel. That needs to be steel, man. What's happening? So we're gonna click on the igneous rock. There's 2 stacks here. And then we gotta lower the priority to 1 so no one steals any. They're just picking up hatch eggs. God damn it, dude. Were there really that many? Dude, how many eggs are on this tile? Alright, one thing's for certain. It looks like we have enough hatch ranching that we could probably reduce the number of breeding hatches that we have. Because all the igneous, I feel like it's being eaten. So we might be able to remove these 2. Okay. That lag. Get the obsidian built. Then it's gonna be a lot better. Feels bad that sweepers can't move to the relocates. It's unfortunate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Let's do a little bit of moppage. Get the new res. Get the bottle of water. Alright. So we're gonna get this connected. Break the tile. And then we'll start being able to feed CO2 into the bees. Good stuff. Alright, it got built. Let's go. Let's move these priority 9. That automation, man, that lag. Alright, we could have this start releasing magma again to feed these guys, because they are hungry. Dude, they're just picking up hatch eggs. That's so jank. Oh, man. Just move the igneous so we can lock the doors. Dude, yeah, dude, look at all this coal we're getting. As we're dumping the igneous, they're eating it immediately. Wow, dude. And they just ate a couple tons of igneous. I think 10 tons. Very impressive. Yeah, we just have too many hatches here, dude. There's a good chance. Alright, all of these guys in here gotta go. They gotta, dude. We have way too many, I feel like. Dude, this thing that sucks is stone hatches have so much health. Literally so much health, dude. 200 hit points. Alright, we're also going to select steel and iron. Oh no. We got to dump the steel first. Alright. The meat, all that, dude, that's so much. Everyone's hurt from fighting the hatches. My goodness. Random hatches in the wild have to go too, sadly. We're gonna bop these fish. We can't save it. We just have too many critters, dude. It's insane. Alright, above, we're gonna go with 2,500. So we have a lot of CO2. This is gonna put the bees to sleep. Let's go. It's time to go to sleep, little bees. Mr. Sandman, give me a dream. Dun 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 dun, make me the cutest that I ever seen. Give these guys the CO2. Alright, yeah, so it is a little bit of carbon dioxide that we're gonna have to make. I think if I can, I will want to try to do this as the coolant setup. The big thing though is getting this grow. Oh yeah, you see that the branches are coming together. Autosave lag. Let's dig that. Tile. We'll fix that soon. Alright, so we're going to be waiting for seeds so that we get more arbitrary seeds. This has warmed up already, and the ethanol here is at 48. There's a good chance I might want to mop that up and then re-cool it back down. The trees are able to grow, it looks like, so I can't be too mad. Okay, so it looks like we don't actually need a lot of space. So I'm gonna do something weird. Do we have anything running behind it? No. We're gonna put a liquid lock here and vacuum this area. And we're just gonna put reservoirs here. I'm just gonna do a vacuum and a liquid lock to make it clean, less stuff to calculate, which is always nice. Finished my lava heat absorber setup. The heat is taking forever to climb up the metal column I made. If you want to speed that up, man, you got to use the temp shift plates. If you can, you will need to use these. Add a cobalt? No, cobalt might melt. Are you grabbing the magma from the core or from a volcano? Temperature difference. The core is already set temperature. So you have to make sure whatever you use doesn't melt. 1494. So my case, mine's at 1611. It will melt. A lot of times, the best material for magma core thermal systems is diamond. The problem is that diamond's kind of hard to get. Diamond is amazing because it's very conductive at 80 value. It's not as good as cobalt, but it's better than steel. The best part is that it melts at 3,900. A lot of times, diamond's really good. At sneeze. Apologize. Haven't gotten that part of the research yet. I don't know how to space explore, and I wasted my databanks. Did you do space scanning yet? Scanning space with a telescope now gives you databanks. It used to not be like that, but they patched it so that it does. So if you need databanks, you could do that. Start scanning space tiles. You could also find databanks at the POI now. It's a one-time thing for the POIs, so if you're scared to go to space, maybe you can't do that. But yeah, scanning from the home planet, it's probably doable. I used to scan on this tile right here, where the insulated is right there. How do I pick them up? I believe this is part of the... I am not sure if that requires you to have a cargo bay. The fact that you have it on here makes me think you don't have to. So... yeah. So you don't need a drill cone. So there is a cargo module. Where is it? Right here? No, that's the large one. Is there a small one? Yeah, right here. No, that's not it either. Where is the small cargo module? That's the large one. Oh, it's right here. Cargo bay. You have to send a rocket out. If you don't want to do rocketry yet, your only other option is from your base, do the telescope scanning. The telescope scans 4 tiles from the center. So I stand from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each tile will give you a little bit of data banks. That's probably going to be the easiest thing to do. Hey man, I haven't played Oni in 5 years. Anything you'd recommend to get back into? Do you have the DLCs, Dastamir? If you do, which ones? If you don't mind me asking. Nice, mopped up. I have the first one spaced out. If you haven't played in a long time and you only have the first DLC, I would just do a normal playthrough to kind of relearn the ropes. If you want a more unique playthrough, you could check out the lab. So the lab is kind of like a how do I describe the lab? The lab's kind of unique. The lab is special maps made by the devs that have a unique situation. There is a spaced out one that's really cool. I don't want to spoil it. But you could check out the lab. So when you start a new colony for the first time, you're going to get no sweat, normal difficulty, and then you get lab. The lab is a subsect where, as I said, the devs make a map and they put a unique situation for you to kind of deal with. If you wanted something different, you could do the lab map, the one that's made from Spaced Out. There are multiple lab maps. They have one for the Frosty Planet Pack, and they have one for the Prehistoric Dinosaurs DLC. So you do have some options if you get the other DLCs. But that could be something different if you want to have a different experience. Otherwise, I would recommend just playing a normal Spaced Out playthrough, just to kind of get the ropes, relearn the game a little bit. And then after that, I would say you could look into playing the lab or getting some modded maps or doing some challenge runs. But yeah, it's really up to you, man. I don't know what kind of experience you're looking for. Iron has not gone down. Gold and copper has gone up. My slugs are not eating. Feels bad. The cooling is slow, but it's getting there. Alright, sweeping's gonna take a while. We're moving out the CO2 now, nice. Cooling this down is gonna take a while. We will want to move some ice in. This is done, that's done. We don't have any core stuff. And then we have the hydrogen vent. So the next thing we'll probably want to do then, oh yeah, we wanted the liquid lock here. We're gonna create a vacuum. Yeah, take it easy. Make it so that, you know, you have a good time playing the game. This is locked. Everything here is good now, right? Yeah, so they have no food. That's so funny. So they ate all the igneous. Alright, so this leads me to believe we're not going to need this. We already have too many hatches. Take them out. Remove the drop-off. Remove the grooming stations. Remove the feeders. We're not going to need those. Decent amount of floxes. We're going to trim the Rexes again. For whatever reason, man, we have a lot of Rexes. I don't know what it is. We need them to work. I mean, not to work. We need them to get reduced. A little too strong, man. Alright, waiting for the seeds. Get a saltwater liquid lock. We'll get ready for the pumpage. We're just going to run that into a res. Into a canister filler. Very straightforward setup. We're just going to run the line. So this is going to be because we're just going to put some reservoirs inside. Here, here, here. We're just going to fill it up with reservoirs. Because I feel like I don't want to do the math for how much we actually need. We're just going to make a lot more than we need. And then just pump the water straight up. While we work on that, get the vac, get the reservoirs built, we're going to need to start cleaning up the water right there. That's going to be fun. So we are going to have to just release the water. Like, there's not much we could really do about that. We're just going to dig this all out. Since this is just polluted oxygen, I can't be too mad about that. We'll let that do its thing. The hydrogen got pumped out. Let's go. So we no longer need this wire. Good stuff. There's still a little bit of hydrogen there. Feels bad. Some natty gas I'd want to clean up soon. A lot of water down here that we're gonna have to move out. Let's pop the reses and repump. We're gonna have to get some more ice over here just because it's mad hot. Let's get it 6. Should be good. Okay, a little bit of mopping. Some of the water on the top levels is a little bit stacked. And then, man, a lot of the bad gases are still there. We're trying to snipe it. I guess it's just a lot of oxygen. Alright, so I wanted to do the CO2 right here. I think we will just do it here. Because we don't need that many gens. We just kind of need just like a couple. And we do have a AQ line right here. Routing that AQ line out is going to be tough though. I shouldn't use this one. Oh, we have an AQ line right here. That's unused. Oh, that's perfect. And then we could use this area. Yeah, so we're gonna do buildings so we don't bop the power wire. Yeah. Actually, let's do the power wire as well. We technically don't need that there. Yeah, so we could use this aqua tuner, and it's not being used right now, for a cooling box here so that we could put in the cold gens inside. That works out pretty well. Yeah, I'll take that. That way we'll be able to generate extra CO2 for the pinch pepper nuts. Because we technically don't have enough. Right, so that's already there. We don't mind this being a floor. I don't want to remove this floor though, so we're probably going to bop this level. Oh, I realized we're going to drop a bunch of items back here. Alright, rebuild the ladder. Adelia seeds. Alfred's hurt again. Classic. We good. A little bit of cleaning up. All right, we're gonna pop the floxes there. So I think I'm gonna start trying to limit the movement of my dupes. And the logic is because we're starting to lag, man. I need them to not be able to move as much or as far. I do want them to move fast, though. This is starting to get a little warm, which is fine. Alright, let's do a small dig here. And then we'll remove the ladder. Going up this way, maybe we want to stop that as well. I'll have to see. And then we want to reduce more movement so that we would have less lag. So we basically need to restrict certain parts of the map. Yeah. Man, we're using up so much space though. I feel like that's gonna be so tough. Oh, we got a harvest done. No acorns. Okay. So we're gonna copy, paste. We're gonna start moving some pips. I have no place to put a bin in here. All right, we are going to do a mass move. Specifically Pipex. We only have 2. So sad. All right, I want a actual pip. Gotta start getting the pips inside. Help out with the seed chance. Okay, we're not at 200. That's actually kind of nice. Or we're at 200, so not really worried too much about that. There is a lot of heat right here before we move it out. Oh, I need to allow obsidian. Oh, that's allowed already. I guess it just takes a lot of time to process. Okay, we're gonna start trimming that. We could just spill everything forcefully to try to get a good cooling setup. Nah, I mean, we should try to spill out the water though, realistically. Pumping it might be a little tedious, but it's going to be cleaner to pump. All right, we'll pump it. We'll pump it. This is not idle. It's not going to be doing for a while. All right, we will try to mop up. Nothing is low amount here, though. So, polluted water is lighter than brine, so I think we're going to do a weird strat. Bop this. We're going to go down to here and put the pump right there. If anything, we'll do it like this, so that it's, I could put tiles above it. We gotta start pumping up the waters. And then we're gonna get the power line there. Do a little bit of mopping up top. Oh, we got another arbor tree already. Nice. Let's go, boys. We're getting our seed chance going up. Autosave lag though. Alright, spillage, that's kind of expected. A little bit of mopping, possible. Okay, and then we are gonna want pump line. If we get P water pumped out, it's fine. Alright, so we will kind of want to have everything plugged in and ready. So the moment we get it done, it's already working. No, I forgot about the salt water. Mop it up, boys. Mop it up. That'd be my fault. I forgot about the liquid lock. Dude, it happens, man. You just forget about the liquid lock. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I see you over there, Fad. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Timo's finally home. He missed out on the best crossword of all time. Oh, I bopped the rail. Oh, no, I didn't need to. I need to bop the rest of the rail here anyways. And then we will likely bop the doors here. Should be good. Let them work. Down to 9 kgs. These are done. We're going to be getting this one next. After that, we got the salt water to do. So salt water is going to be interesting. That's going to be bristle blossoms, and we're going to do a salt water chiller. Dude, we could do a counterflow setup. We could do a counterflow setup. I would just need to figure out how we want to do it. Yeah, we might want to actually bop this beehive, sadly. And then use up this space. Because that counterflow setup's going to be large. And then that's going to feed 70 bristles. That would be this space right here. I guess we could actually put the counterflow system here, and it wouldn't be a bad thing. A lot of ideas. Let's just get done what we need to do now first. There's so much stuff to do. My dupes are struggling with it. Fertilization. They're not adding in the phosphorite. We gotta increase the priority there. And then we need more CO2. We're going to be doing our setup. Oh, autosave lag. All standard. Let's just dump everything on the floor outside. Okay, we are going to do the setup on here. And then gas pumpage. We're going to want to vacuum again. Because I don't want to feed oxygen to the bees. Well, not to the bees, to the pinch pepper nuts. Because we need the CO2 skimmer, right? And then technically just power line. Alright, we got to build this out. They're going to do a liquid lock, and then we're going to do CO2. Oh, that's going to be here then. Let's get that ready. We'll do top line. And then we'll do another one. Once it's vacuumed, we'll be able to do a connection. So that none of the heat from the inside is going to actually matter. And then we'll be able to control the temperature inside with the AQ right there. Should be good. Little shyness, baby. We'll let him out. This Phlox has to go. We have too many Phloxes, so they gotta go, man. Real talk. Alright, we just have a lot to do. We need to let the dupes work a little bit. How much is in here? Not a lot, I guess. Only 11 tons. Okay, that's fine. This is fine as well. We have a lot of igneous there. I could reach that, right? Yeah, I can. Nothing weird's happening with that. All the mutated bog bucket seeds being next to a wheezewort. Very impressive a lot of times. Little smog slug eggs, meat's getting pulled out. Are we no longer eating meat fast enough? No, we have it there. They have it. Because we're not making barbecue. Otherwise, we're doing pretty good. This is at full strength. Let's go. From the volcano. All right, this water's going down. We can probably remove that now. Not bad, not bad. All right, people of chat, I gotta take a quick restroom break. I will be right back. We gotta let the dupes work. We're gonna keep this at 3x speed and nothing's gonna go wrong, right? Totally nothing's gonna go wrong. We're back. We were in. We were back, boys. We were back. Did my dupes get the job done? Oh, I never plugged this in. Oh, heck, man. I never plugged that in. Alright, we're going to cut this line. There we go. This is producing, which is fine. We just want all this to be tea water. So, classic. We're just going to start digging. This has filled up, though. Goodness. Thank you, Redneck. I see you over there. Welcome in, welcome in. Still vacuuming this area. Milligrams. It's getting there, it's getting there. Cooling is fine. Did we get any more seeds? The pips are hanging out. Looks like we don't have seeds, though. Okay. This is all travesty. We never added liquid here. Classic. I see you, man. This guy's stealth. Dude, I've been just using up the power. I guess it's fine, though. We have a lot of power. Just 700 kilograms of oxygen getting casually pumped in. Alright, we're going to start removing the critter feeders because we have a little bit too many. It's creating too many jobs, and the feeders aren't feeding the ones that need to be fed. All right, we finally could vacuum properly now. Everything's looking pretty good. All right, so we're removing the waters from here. We got a little bit of digging. It's fine. And then we're going to do... So we can put tiles there. So we're gonna put it above. We'll make it so that this side becomes where we want to have the wall, and then we pump on the left side. Right. So all we're going to do is pump up the polluted water and feed directly to the arbor trees. We'll get it ready. We'll set it up. For now, though, they're just going to be pitcher pumping the pea water and dumping it in. I guess we could do the same thing and just dump it into the reservoirs. Let's use granite, because we're going to have too much of that right now. Yeah. I am thinking we're gonna start digging out a lot of the oil biome soon, just to have just everything open all together. And then this area is still hot. We gotta cool this down, man. Nice 50 degrees, chilling. Oh, so this is done. Nice. Mop this up. Get that in bottled form. And then we have some struggling gases that need to get pumped up. I guess because there's chlorine right there. We just keep pumping up that chlorine. Clean it up a little bit. Not bad, not bad. Let's dig up that wheezewort. It's kind of helping, but at the same time, not really. The biobot's working hard. How is there only one bot? Wow, did pushing this down to priority 5 make it so that the doctor doesn't show up often enough? That could actually happen. Everything's working out pretty well, though. While this is pumping up a lot of polluted oxygen, I'm trying to just grab the chlorine. That way we'll have a cleaner setup eventually. Okay, so that walled off a bunch of the stuff there, which is exactly what I wanted. The idea is I want to get rid of this brine from being inside. We just dump everything on the floor. And then if this becomes polluted water, we can start building on top, and it's not going to be a big deal. So we will want to just pull that out like that. Relocate that as well. Yeah, that's fine. We could do both this and that. Items falling through should be okay. Oh no, bro. Oh, we mopped this corner. Let's go. No, okay, we don't dig that. Okay. Very quick and easy set. We just gotta pump up the water here. Gotta insulate that. Then the only thing that sucks is the chlorine that's right here. Can we mop this though one time? Because this is basically done with the pumping. Thank you, Alfred. Shout out to you. Move that here. 2 tiles for the pump. Build this out. And then that way we could try to push the gases out. I might need to have this open so that the gases get pushed in. We'll wait. We should wait. Because I think once we get these 2 in like that, it's going to work out a lot better. This is not going to be hot, so we do something like nickel. Run that up. Ooh. I might want to wait for pressure. That's a good point. So we're going to want a hydro sensor. We will use lead. We actually have a lot of lead now that we should be using. And then we will need to get the power line. This should be fine. Let's bump up the construction here a little bit. The P waters. All right, so we gotta bop the reses and rebuild them. Now that we have it bottled up, it's a little bit nicer. Still waiting on a vac. Did we overfill left side? Nope. Clean. Let's go. So we're gonna start setting up the AQ line from here to go up, back up the upside. Unfortunately, it's not gonna look as clean as I would want it to be, but it's fine. We'll have to run a design like this. Can't reach that. We'll build a ladder there so we can. And then coal gens. All right, we are gonna run liquid on it, right? So how much coal do we have? Like 1,000 tons, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, we have 1,500 tons from all the hatches. So we're never gonna run out of coal. So that being said, we're gonna run the weird setup here. Connect that. And then have that just connect across. This side is only if we need to access the batteries, but we shouldn't need to. Part of me wants to bop this tile and put another battery up top. I think I will do that. And then we'll just fix that side. Okay, so we know that it's going to be like that. From there, we are going to want coal jets. I will probably just make this out of gold. So let's argue one space gap. 1, 2, 3. I should be able to put a sweeper inside. And then it's center tile. Which means this is going to be receptacle. Pull from there. Man, we could have this floating, so it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't be able to fit another coal gen, though. It's the only problem. Oh, we got the vac. Let's go. Okay. We get to run this setup. That setup. Run the tiles there. Yeah, we should be able to do this without being inside. Please don't trap yourselves. And then 3 coal gens should be good. We do a second liquid lock if we really want to control the temperature. And do a boop, 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 boop. Yeah, we could. I don't need to do this. I'm just doing it to kind of use up some of the salt water. And then the logic's going to be simple. We run a cobalt line. Insulated, insulated. Insulated, down. Up, left, right. Okay. Do it like that. We will need to spill some water on the ground. Oh, you know what I just realized? I need to get this built. No! It's filled with CO2. No! God damn it. That was exactly what I thought was gonna happen. God damn it, dude. Not like this. I just pumped it out, dude. God damn it, dude. Alright, man. We're re-vacuuming. God damn it. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. We gotta wait on that side now. Alright, man. I can't believe I debated myself. Classic debate. Bottle drainer. Bridge. Pipe. Going on, Rusty. Welcome in. Hey, did they remove that radar thing from the liquid pipe? You talking about this? The conduction panel that's behind the piping right there? Because I'm using it right now. No, we're not automating it. We're letting it run because we want to use the coal to generate CO2. We don't need the power. We don't need the power. We have like 500 hatches. and they're eating all the igneous from the volcanoes. So it's like I need to just, you know, process the resource, because we're using the CO2 for our, where is it? Setup right here. I'm not running the carbon skimmer often enough to get enough pea water for the pinch of pepper nuts. And it's starting to accumulate. That's coming in from the steam vent. So I want to use CO2 to convert regular water to polluted water. And I need to keep feeding this in order to do the conversion. Is that bad because you wanted to drop water on the generators? Oh, so basically I need this to be able to be pumped out. Right? So I will have CO2 here, but I don't want any of the aqua tuner working harder than it needs to. So we want a vacuum wall and a vacuum lock so that the aqua tuner doesn't have to work that hard. That's all I'm trying to do. Make the aqua tuner not work as hard. We don't need the power. Okay, fine. Flex your power. Hey, man. You see my batteries? That's one. I got another one over here. And then I got 2 more on this side, because this is a double stack. And then we have another one right here for the volcano over there. This one, yeah, this one is technically a triple stack. We're not using this for power, we're just feeding the hatches. So it's 1, 2, 3. We just have like 12 full-size volcanoes. So it's like, yeah, we have a lot of geothermal based power like that. But yeah, man. I freaking need to re-vacuum this. Man. Feels bad, dude. Alright. Okay, so there is chlorine here. So I do kind of want to decon this tile. It's going to push all the gases out, which is exactly what we want. Let's build the tiles there. Build the tile there, because it's where we need it. And then this should be ready. Let's get this prioritized. That's going to mean all of this is able to be dug out. This is going to be ready soon. We will need at least another res. We'll get that started. Oh, look at that. We got a 4th arbor seed. Shout out to the little baby pips. Let's move another one of these guys out. Normal pip. 84. That guy's old. 35. Alright, he could hang out with them. And once we have enough seeds, we'll get the 2nd row. And then we're pumping up the waters to put into here. Alright, the pipeline's looking kind of okay. Ooh, okay. Let me dig this so that we could run the pipeline down. Because we're feeding from below. And then we're going to have the output feed upwards. So that's probably smart. Do it like that. Hey, man. I'm 35. I'm not old. Shit. I'm young. When I say it like that, though, man. Yeah, no one gonna believe me. Saying I'm young. Man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that, though, sometimes. It's old in pip years. Totally legit. They're just old in pip years. Oh, you just don't want to work? Oh, this bot, dude, has not gone through the gate of no return. He's chilling. I mean, it's not a problem, though. He's hanging out. Okay, so this is good. Move this out. We're able to build this. This is going to be above 500 we can pump. And then we're going to start feeding that out. All right, so we need this tile. And then we're going to build out the tile at the bottom. And then we might need a ladder right here. The vac's done. Autosave live. 50 years old, half a century. I remember when I was in college, one of my roommates was turning 25. He was older, and you know, he did like his freshman year, and then he went home. Lives in another country. And then I guess he got American visa, and he came back to go to college. And he spoke fluent English and everything. But he turned 25. And man, we were all giving him shit for it. I remember that, man. I remember that day when it came. You know how it's like you gotta invite the people. We're like, hey man, come to my homie's quarter century club party. He's like, quarter century club? He's like, what's that? I was like, oh, he's turning 25. It's quarter century, baby. It's like, damn, man, you make that sound old as dirt. And it's like, it is. You know, we was young at the time. But yeah, man. Age is relative. It's like if you go into, like... If you go to, like, one of the new trendy hotspots that is popular with kids, they're gonna be like, damn, how old are you? And you're like, oh, I'm 28. And they're gonna be like, damn, you old, fam. And the reality is that 28 is not old by any standard, man. It is not. But because they're younger than that, they think it's old, right? Yeah, that's the thing with young people. Yep, it does, man. 100%. One of these days, you're gonna be like, I shouldn't have said anything. You know what you should do? You should be like, you call me old, I'm gonna curse you with a bad back, knee pains, and, you know, say all the stuff that will happen to them as they get old. And they're gonna be like, oh, I can't believe that when I was young, I got cursed by another old fart. And they gave me my bad back pains. And it's like, no, man, that's just being old. What are you talking about? They'd probably believe it too. It's like, oh, man, I got cursed by an old witch. They gave me my bad back. Like I'm a RimWorld character. Alright, technically, this is ready. We need to start pumping out the waters. We are also going to run a couple of bottle drainers just by here. We don't need that much. We'll just use 3. These are just going to be regular pipes. And then we're just going to pitcher pump the pea water so we can empty out everything. From here and from here. And from the bottom. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. And we're going to start dumping the pea water inside. We got to get the last reservoir in. And then we'll clean up some of the inside. This is going to be a vacuum. I need to put a door there. Because we're going to start locking dupes out of the rooms to make it so that the game doesn't lag as much. This is going to be potentially a heat source. So let me cool that down with a brine temperature plate. Do it in a couple of spots just to have a little bit of control. All right. Did this finish vacuum? Okay, it's almost there. It's almost there. Let me get another saltwater lock. They're still building out the insulated pipe there, which is fine. And we're still not getting done with that. Okay, cool. Dude, there's so much coal, dude. Men view age differently. A biological clock's way friendlier. Personally, important ages were 15, 18, 25, 50, and 100. Everything in between doesn't matter. Nah, man, he's got it wrong. It's it's 13, 21, 13, 21, 30, 69, and that's it. Those are the ages that matter. At 13, you're considered a teenager. In America, you know, you got to be 21 to drink. So, you know, I got to bump that up. But technically, that teenage number will vary. 13, just because you could say you're a teenager. But, like, a lot of times, like, the coming of age is usually around, like, what, sweet 16, right? That's a popular age number, just because it's, like, they throw, like, big parties for it in a lot of different cultures. And then I would say 30, because I feel like that's when you start realizing you're either in your prime or you're not. And then from that point, it's kind of like coping with the fact you're getting old. And then at 69, you know, you get to meme, I'm 69 on the internet and no one's going to believe you. He's just saying that because he's memeing. He's not actually 69. You could go into every Twitch chat and tell them that you're 69 years old and no one's going to believe you, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yeah, man, it happens. I feel like the older you get, the more time flies by you without you realizing it. I see you over there, Hunter. But I feel like, man, the older I've gotten, the more time really flies, man. Alright, we're also gonna have to stop doing that and just move that down. Actually depends on not your age, but what's going on in your life. That's true too. That's true too. Does that saying hold true? Time flies when you're having fun. Let's try to speed this part up. Building melted, temperature plate, yep. Oh, we could temporarily do this. Oh, that doesn't connect yet. There we go. Yeah, and then we could just empty out the pea water from here. And then we could use it up. There we go. Gotta start emptying out the bottles. A little seal. I mean, as much as I want him, he's gonna just add to the lag. Feels bad, man. Oh, it's not actually feeding. Oh, because I got the other stuff built. Okay. Let's cancel that, and then we'll cut that. Let everything empty. Made a mess. Alfred, how did you get stuck on the one tile drop? God damn it, dude. Impressive Alfred, as always. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, fix that. These are going to be pea waters. Auto bottle 7. Copy paste. Alright, that should be good. And No more liquids. Okay, so this is because of a weird drop block setup. We just have to mop this. And then we'll let everything else spill in. Let's lower that because we're probably going to want to mine this. And then we need to be able to go down the ladder still. A lot of water up there. They're going to be able to just pitcher pump that and add it in. And then once we get rid of this, and we're able to pump it again. Yeah, that's going to be a drop block again. We are going to want to get all this water pumped up. So we're just going to pump this out. We're probably going to just pitcher pump this side. And we probably need at least another res. Alright, we just got to let them work. How is the coal gen? We got the vac. Let's go. Pipeline still not built. Feels bad. We got the vac. All right, this is at 600. All right, good stuff. Okay, let's get rid of this. We are going to be pumping out the gas to this side. Dude, the best thing to do would just be go straight across. I might oh no, we just go down. That's actually not too bad. Okay, so I think we'll end up doing this setup. Running this like that. And then we'll change up this. Alright, a lot of rebuilding slightly, but I think this is going to be worth it. The Wheeze wards here are not keeping up with the transformer heat, but I think that's fine. We don't really need this to be cool. Okay, and then I need to be able to ladder up here. Well, maybe it's just that to grab the mafic rock. Alright, so we're moving that pipeline like that so that we could run a secondary pipe off of this. That's going to go straight down. And then it's going to effectively add to this. Add into the line. That's green, 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 white, white. Yep, it should be fine. And then the only thing we would want here is an Atmos sensor. So I'm only pumping at a certain point. We might want to redo the power so that we use the heavy watt wire there. And then there's some sweeping we got to do. All right, let it rock. We got to let the dupes work. All right, guys. Can opening. Got a can of Arizona iced tea. I'm impressed. Arizona is one of the brands from my childhood that's still alive today. Not gonna lie. That's low-key kind of impressive. I remember when I was young, I used to drink a little bit of Sobe. Because I read somewhere that carrot juice was really good for your eyesight. So I started drinking the orange carrot juice that they used to sell. Now, I don't even see that brand anywhere anymore. I don't even know they exist. Feels bad. But that used to be one of the drinks I used to drink a lot of. I feel like I don't see Snapple anymore. I miss the glass bottles of Snapple. And then I don't see Sobe anymore. They had like a green tea ginseng that was pretty good. And they also had the orange carrot juice I used to drink. But Arizona has stood the test of time. They really have. Oh, we got another one. Nice. We're at 5, boys. Let's go. The pips be pippin'. And they pippin' well. Doing some minor sweepage. Oh, did they release all the polluted oxygen in here? Yep. 198 kilograms. That's a lot. I mean, having a place to be able to dump polluted oxygen is pretty good. I might also just dump polluted oxygen into here so that they could just make slime. Oh! Oh, that was the water spill. Okay, that's fine. I was like, where's this water coming from? I mean, I guess we're continuously pumping this. So this is done. No more liquids. Bop the pipelines there. So this means we could dig that. And then it's just going to be the water right there. A lot of the bad... Ooh, we still have some bad gas on the left side. Sour gas, it's going to get dumped down. So here. That means here. You have to go across the top. Or go through the bottom. And then this allows the gases to kind of even out. Alright, almost got all the bad gas. A little polluted oxygen, can't really deal with it. But that should be fine. Okay, so there is one sporket there. One sporket there. We will probably want to drain the water from here. It probably makes a little bit of sense. We're going to do a 3-3 setup like that in T-shape. That way we could reach the bottom tile. And then just jump across. Let all the water spill in. And then we'll just put more ice temperature plates here. A lot of CO2 still. I don't want to open this just in case. I mean, we shouldn't actually be too scared. Realistically, yeah. We really shouldn't be scared at all. Let's dig some of these extra tiles then. And we're just going to create some more space. Steam, 40 kilograms. Sporkets in there though. I guess I really do just decon this. All the automation if I can. Let the steam out and then try to just add more water here and try to dig through. We're probably going to want to go through here. Just because this is going to allow us to go a little bit deeper, dump in more water, probably dig up the sand. I'll probably also want to disable auto repair, deconstruct. Just so that I don't have to deal with that. Alright, let them work. We'll get some more ice temperature plates there. Okay, doing the pea water jobs. It's not bad, it's not bad. Dude, this has filled up. Dude. We might end up getting too much magma. And my pitcher pump's gonna break. Alright, man. Just in case, we have to lift up the pitcher pump 2 tiles. We're gonna build out this corner. Nah, man, the turbine's almost at max temperature. I can't really blame them. Yeah, really can't be mad. This is pretty good. They're gonna immediately get another bottle. They're doing good, man. I can't be mad about that. It's just, man, this one volcano, man. I did not expect to be that much heat. Maybe I should have made the box a little bit larger. That's the one thing about this design. Because I have this as a steel tile. It's pulling a lot more heat, and my igneous is cooler as a result. Feels bad. RP water's getting added in. Ooh, this is about done. Alright, so last tile. Autosave line. Push up the water, push it in. Hit your pump, looking good. We're gonna free up a little bit of gas here. Try to pull up a little bit of the chlorine. Alright, so dig this as well. Hopefully we have that spill across and even out a little bit. This startle's gotta go though. But yeah, one steam turbine is possible. That's not enough. Dude, we just have a lot of jobs for the dupes. They're taking a while to get a lot of stuff done. Okay, we're still putting a heater for these guys because this is not hot enough. It's hot enough now, though, but I feel like the moment we replace it's going to be a problem again. We don't even have long downtimes. I guess it's travel that's bopping a lot of us. Alright, let's get another boop. The boops are all on the boop schedule, which should be fine. We have enough batteries. This guy peed his pants that one time. We'll clean that up. So having a new boop means we got to give some boosters. He has suit training. Let's get carrying capacity. All right, let's get another suit training. And then maybe ranching? I don't know if we need another rancher, though. He's gonna have to level up. We need the labor, basically. Erupts in 10 cycles. Hopefully we go through enough magma in that time span. I might literally need to remove these two just to bump this up. Alright, we have steel starting to accumulate inside, but it's hot steel. We'll pull it out, we'll pull it out. Not yet though. Oh, this is ready. Mop it up. Let's go. Let's dig that, clean that up a little bit. We should be able to dig this then. I'll leave the ladder just for the power wire stuff. Pulling out the chlorines. Yeah, this is gonna spill over now, which is fine. Alright, can we get our CO2 up and all the pipelines? This is taking a while. Like, we have igneous. It's all right here. I guess it's kind of far. I guess we'll keep the doors open. They're not even grabbing the freaking overgrowth foods. That means my lums aren't really eating. Wait, that being said, I don't need lums anymore, right? We don't need peat anymore. The only reason why we needed peat is for the sweat corn. We might just run the lums extinct. And then if we need to, we could buy another one later. We don't need the lums anymore, technically. Oh, we're out of smog slugs. Alright, the ranchers aren't even ranching. Alright, we might need another rancher then. Wait, D-Mayor doesn't hang out with the bots? Gonna be the new guy. What's his name? Eduardo. And then D-Mayor get one of these bouncy castle beds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 24. Okay, we got to do a room decoration here, technically, to get the proper bedroom. $33. This is dormant for 30 seconds, and it's gonna be active again. Yeah, I just need some time for the dupes to catch up on the labor right now. That's really all it is. We should have no idleness because they're just all moving around and working a lot. Waiting for the sour gas to spill. Meat is getting moved out of here. It's funny how this worked out, man. The hatches are eating all the molten igneous as it solidifies. We still didn't do that. We still got all this to build. All the suits, all of the time. Dude, am I just missing a lot of suits? Am I just missing a lot of suits? What's happening? Let's make some more suits. Cramped, miserable, nowhere to sleep. Feels bad. Alright, the reservoir users are good. Bop, bop. Bop the pipeline. Bop the power line. And then we will get this connected in proper. P water is going down. Alright, we could dig this. Excavate. Bop the sea cone. We probably want to dig that as well. Take the fire pole down. Let the water combine. And then once we pump up all the P water, we're going to start deodorizing. This is liquid log, so we shouldn't have much leave that. But yeah, I do want to start cleaning that up. Oh no, bro. They're not delivering the magma. They're just dropping bottles. That's fine, I guess. Let's get to 75 here. A little bit more time to deliver. Yeah, right now everything's all right. We're just waiting for the dupes to catch up with a little bit of the labor. But These are chilling. Let's lock the door. Some of the sour gas still doesn't want to spill. It's weird how there's a gap of oxygen between these two masses of CO2. Maybe we just got to give it time for it to kind of pile up. Right now, though, yeah, we're just waiting. The dupes need to finish the job. The CO2 thing is not even finished building yet. Alright, let's prioritize this and see how much faster it becomes. They do, man. A lot of implicit rules that's never really told to the player. CO2 wants to move to the bottom right of the solid tiles as much as it can. Alright, so this is done, right? Clean up that setup. I might want to ladder through to the bottom right there. Part of me is thinking is that it's better to run on regular tiles than it is on the insulated. Then we got some water to spill, which shouldn't be too bad. Having the same problem every other week. What next to play? Yo, man. That's tough. It's either going to be finding a game to play long-term or a different genre of game. But yeah, man, it really do be like that sometimes. Terraria. Trying to decide if I want to take on Stardew Valley. Dude. I really do wish Stardew Valley has like a graphics overhaul. There is that Haunted Chocolatier game that I'm going to be checking out probably. The logic with that game is that it's from the developer of Stardew Valley and they're making a new game. It's just that it's solo dev, so he's working on it. Taking some time. But when it comes out, man, I think I'm going to check that out. I feel it could be kind of nice. Oh, he doesn't have skill points yet, right? Because he just joined. What's his name? Right here. Let's give him booster slots. Get him the ranching booster. All right. You're gonna be ranching. And then supply store. Concerned Dave, yep. I would recommend checking out the latest, the last Starship. Dropped 3rd February 1.0. Love the game as a demo, so I'm already doing contracts there to farm money. Oh, I see you. Let's see. What are some good games right now that are out? What are some good games that are out right now? People of chat, what game are you playing at the moment? Or what games would you recommend? Is there anything that catches your eyes? What kind of games do you like? Let's just go no genre, just whatever you're finding fun at the moment. Cyberdawn, I see you over there. I didn't like how Blueprints had a time gate I didn't like that, man. Star Rupture, dude. I see you over there, Cyberdyne. Dude, Hunter already beat Star Rupture, dude. I was like, I'm done with this game. He's already beaten it. The time gate sucks. And then a lot of the RNG is really rough. Basically, like, I hate to say this, but like some games have seasonality, and that's kind of good but kind of bad at the same time, because no game lasts the entire season that it's playable for. Like, good example is probably like Path of Exile. Path of Exile is a great game, but the problem is that you could get through the season and get your enjoyment out of it in like the first couple weeks, maybe a month, if you're not playing it too often. And it's not that it's not playable anymore, but it's like you've done a lot of the things already. You're just waiting for the new content to drop, waiting for the updates. And live service games have kind of started to kind of fall into that, where you're just waiting for new DLC, new content update. And, you know, you got to fill in the time in between. I feel like having multiple seasonality games like that might make it nice. But at the same time, it kind of depends. 1,000 hours in EFT. Damn, I see Rushdie. That's rookie numbers, man. I got like 5 times that in Oni. I see a Mimic. Welcome in. Hey, man, you didn't say hi to me. I thought maybe you were lurking, dude. Silk Song took a few months, if lucky, a month to beat. I feel like Silk Song, I can't say anything about because I haven't played it or seen how the gameplay works. I have too many of those games. Hunter, do you like MMOs? Maybe finding an MMO time sync game, so that if you have nothing to do, you could always just play the MMO. Once you figure out the controls, I see you. Nope, no MMO, especially for that reasoning. It's big time sink. Yeah, some people know better than to play MMOs because they know what's gonna happen. They're just gonna be playing that game. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that though sometimes. But yeah, what else could it be then? FIFA MMO? No. FIFA is... So MMO requires you to have a big population that can interact with each other at the same time. FIFA is not MMO because it's like one-on-one. Right? That doesn't work. Like, there's thousands of people playing, but you could only play 1 versus 1. MMO means you could have 500 people on the same map. Usually it's around the hundreds. That are able to interact with each other for whatever reasoning. Like, there's a boss. They're doing small party, large party. Yeah, WoW. WoW is a good example. They were basically the staple MMO for the longest time. But the problem with it is that, you know, there's a certain cadence to the game that you kind of have to appreciate, like the slow pace. Take your time to attack. WoW, Eve, EverQuest, yep. RuneScape technically counts. There's a lot of MMOs out there, but it's like, by design, it's a time sink in the sense that you have to spend time to get to a point where you can do everything that you want to do. And then even then, it's kind of like lining up the availability times of everyone that you're playing with. And then it's also like sometimes the bosses spawn on a weird timer. You have to wait for it to be unlocked. There's a lot of like things that go into it. Then you have achievements that could be anything. Yeah, man, doing faction rep. If you kill this mob, you get 1 reputation point. You need 12,000. And then you get your first 12,000 kills. And then you're like, that is the first tier. You're like, wait, that's only first tier? It's like, yep. You gotta do this 5 more times. It's like, dude, I gotta kill another 60,000. They don't think it be like it is, but it do, man. You really do be like that, though, sometimes. It's one of those things. One thing leads to another, man. MMOs in a nutshell. Yeah, people do that, man. Because a lot of times that thing is like anything that's flat benefit, like faction reputation. Like if you're in a party, everyone gets +1. If you're playing alone, only you get +1. So it's like you want to be in a party just for more kill speed. Things like that. I want to run that through, but at the same time, I don't really want to ruin this. We don't need to pump this yet, though, so it's fine. Alright, we're going to bop the airflow and have the ladder go down so we get a better move speed setup here. If you AFK, yeah, man, that means you're leeching. No one likes the leechers. Really do be like that, man. Look at this guy. He's just leeching EXP at the parties. I can't believe he done this. Alright, is this ready yet? Oh, it's finally ready. Autosave lag. Alright, we're gonna do automation, green signal at 9,000. So it just doesn't turn on. This is gonna be saltwater. We have a lot of that. We're gonna start filling in our coolant loop. It's not gonna run. There's also gonna be saltwater here. I guess we use brine. And then we're cool here now. We're just gonna run our coal gens. 1, 2, wait, no. 1, 2, 3. Have everything in range. Pressure only when it's above. We'll go to 420. We're going to get the receptacle right here. And then we are going to need to start picking up coal. Do I want to run a filter? Oh yeah, we're doing that still. That's fine. We probably do a filter. So everything runs through here. We're gonna run a filter here. Line. This is going to be the filtered item and then everything else. And we're gonna filter out coal. We are gonna run this line. We're gonna do a weird coal setup right here as well. I'm just gonna decon this. We're not gonna care about the gas. A lot of it is oxygen. Okay. Let's do that. Still not being done yet. We probably don't need the doors in for now. And then we're gonna do a weird setup here. So we are gonna run the shipping line straight down. Run that, run this. We'll run it to there first. Let's move everything else out. Just have clean floor. Okay, bottom emptier is done. The cooling line is done. Remove the bridge. Turn off the salt water. There's a couple games that looked interesting. Ooh. Alright, I might want temp shift plates here. Or is just taking time to create the CO2. That's fine. Maybe I still want temp shift plates. Just to use up some of the metals, which is fine. A lot of lols, dude, man. That guy's the professional game breaker. I wonder if he beta tests games. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just do beta testing in mass. Ah, we'll do it like this. There we go. There we go. Did you see what Oni is cooking in the next DLC? Did they already have a post? I didn't see it. I didn't hear anything for the longest time, so I kind of just forgot. Feels bad, man. This is technically not right. We're gonna redo this conveyor bridge slightly. It's gonna be here. Shoot. And then we run the loader here. What's going on, Tony? Yeah, it's been a while. Hope you've been well, dude. Steel, because we have steel. I hope there's no more. The away team title would be better. Honestly, if they didn't do any more DLCs, I wouldn't be mad. I would not be mad. I want them to work on a away team, but it's like we don't actually know if they have like a separate team or if that's like, you know, they're balancing out developers. We don't actually know how that's like set up. So as a result, like I can't really worry about that. Because we don't know if that actually works out that way. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna do this just to make it look a little cleaner looking. Then we just gotta get a little bit of power right here to clean out. Wouldn't be too bad. I'm thinking about the away team, not sure if it's DLC or Oni Clay type of new game. It's a new standalone game. New standalone game. It's been a while, yeah. Freezing cold, snow here in Toronto. Dude, it's hot over here, man. We need some cool weather. Oh no, bro. We don't have enough CO2 and the water's starting to pressurize. Not like this. There's not enough CO2. Alright, man. We gotta get this coal gen set up. Okay, so this line here, 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 here. Cut that. Chlorine's gonna continue. Dump CO2 this way. Yeah, a lot of us think it's gonna be like a Terraria version of oxygen not included. It's gonna be kind of curious, man, how they work that out. I've never played Terraria, man, so I'm not sure what to expect. All right, since this is... We'll just have that on a conductive line, because it's like we got to run it through anyways. And then we'll run that straight in. From here? Should be fine. Side scroller, yep. The thing about it is that's kind of interesting is there's no grid. So we saw a dude do like a diagonal gas pipe from here to like here, and it was like a diagonal straight line. So it's like, I actually think, and some people agree with me, it could be testing out a new engine. Because if anything, that's kind of what Oni needs to do. Get a new engine for the video game so that they could do more of what they want instead of being limited. Because the biggest issue right now is the game lags, and it's not because they're not able to make it not lag. It's just the nature of simulation games and the calculations. And then the biggest thing right now actually is probably the fact that the Unity engine, which is what this game is on, doesn't allow for multi-threading, and they haven't made the jump yet. So that means that they're limited in processing power. And that kind of sucks. So some of us are hoping this is going to be like a big thing for improvements. All right, once this is ready, we're going to be able to deliver coal inside, and then we're not going to need dupes inside anymore. Oh, you know what we'll do? Let's set up the switch on the door first. Because technically that's going to make it into a power plant, and then they're going to start microchipping, and I don't want that. Set that up. Okay, so this is clean now. We just got to do a little bit of sweeping. Natty gas is chilling. I guess we could spill out the water here. I kind of want to mop it up, though. The easiest way is probably just pitcher pumping it. Dig this out. Pea water is going to be almost ready. I'm thinking about putting a second layer here, because it's starting to get hot. And then hopefully that forces them down this way. All right, we're filling this up with water. Another tree planted. Let's go. 2 trees. At some point, we're going to do the bottom. Another thing is we're going to get a lot of wood that we can't do anything with. We could burn the wood for CO2. That might actually be what we do, man. Alright, we need to finish this. How much is on this line? 240, 480, and then another one, 720. Yeah, we should have enough transformers for that. Okay. We could remove this ladder. I did want to put an airflow there. I think we're just going to remove this platform entirely. Take the steel, not the shovel. So I was thinking maybe we stop branching lums because I don't really need that many critters on the map. And lums don't do anything. The lum meat gets fed into the Rexes. And then the peat that we get goes into the sweat corn, which we're not really using for food anyways. And we have like millions of peat. Yeah, literally 1 million kilograms. Alright, man. I hate to do this. All the lums are gonna go. We just got a lower critter count, man. We'll do another purge right here. Oh yeah, we're gonna need power here. Oh, we have power. There we go. 7. Let's get that all built. And then all this is going to be removed. Dude, natty gas filled up to the point where we can't add anymore. And it's burning non-stop. We are not keeping up with this. That's actually kind of impressive. You know what would help out? Consuming and making some foods. I mean, there's nothing much we really cook from this, though. It's really just the pepper bread. We're waiting for the megafrons. We're not making buns. We're not. I'll leave the last lum alive. And is anyone hurt from fighting the Rexes? Alfred, classic. He's always only one hurt. Okay, they're pitcher pumping, they're moving out the liquids. Once we get the trees, that's done. Okay, so the next thing we're going to want to try to make is a counterflow saltwater purifier. Alright, so first things first. Let's build a tile there. We're going to open this up and have all the water spill. And then we're probably just going to pitcher pump it. And it's going to spill down into here. So I want to seal this up so that it doesn't get into the bees. It becomes a mess. And then we can just open this up and let the water spill. And then we'll open up the salt water from the right side, just so it's safer. I might want to have something be cooked commonly so that... Oh, wow. It is going to be bristleberries. Okay, we'll do it. Because we are going to be growing bristleberries from the salt water anyways. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. We're going to double up the layer there just to contain a little bit of heat. And then we'll do bristleberries so that we could make stuffed berries. Because we're having pinch pepper nuts all day. And that should be pretty good. All the hatches, all the meat. We're down to 485 wild critters in the open. Igneous has gone down to 790. It's still going down. It's good. Doesn't feel like I'm actually feeding everyone, though. Some of the feeders are just missing food. So these guys don't get brushed. This guy's does. He's not getting any ranching stuff inside. Oh, it's because these are not priority 7. Okay, let's lower these to a 5. The pips will be able to plant the seeds. So far, so good. Just chilling. No CO2 getting moved yet. We're getting to that point, though, where it's going to be enough and we're going to be able to start pumping. Thieves generate how much? 20 grams per second. We're at 60. All right, so this is about ready. Okay. So the power line here is good. This is connected. The filter is going to be coal. And then the logic is cut this here. Everything feeds in. Coal gets filtered out. Everything else gets dumped in. So we're going to start doing coal as part of this. Now, before we do that, this line is here to prioritize the conveyor rail into the receptacle. And then once it's maxed out, you need to be able to empty the line. That's what the chute's for. After that, we're going to need to be able to refill. And then I want the refill to yield so that we don't waste power. Right? So this should all work. We were going to put a door here next. There shouldn't be inside anything I need to worry about. Pressure is at 42. Coal, click, copy. There's going to be a lot of coal on the floor, so it should be all right. And then the last thing we're going to need is a bin here. I think this works. Right, we can lock this now. Coal's coming in. Alright, so the coal line is good. Run the coal. Alright. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move all the coal via here. And we're going to lock the doors. So once the doors are locked, dupes can't go inside. So then moving all the coal here automatically keeps this always topped off. We're not going to use coal anywhere else. So we should be okay. That means we could probably just convert into wood for the refined carbon. Ceramic. And then the dupes will be able to just do all that now. Good stuff. Getting a little bit of CO2 added in. Let's go. And then we'll be able to start steam turbine pumping. We're still dumping CO2 via there. CO2 here, a little bit right there. Otherwise, there's no CO2 really anywhere. Feels bad, man. Add a CO2. We're gonna have to start polluting for the sake of creating polluted water. We can't use this CO2, by the way, because it's too cold. Our pinch pepper nuts are gonna be like, dude, it's too cold, fam. We're relying on the water being close to 95. Oh, the regular hatches are getting put inside and they're dying. Hatch eggs, sage hatch, smooth eggs. Let them sweep that out so the dupes put them in the right spot. These are select lock. With the exceptions, yep. So far, so good. Chilling. Water. Water? Where does water come from? Wait, for real? So where does water come from? No water just magically appeared on here. Regular water. There is no broken pipes. Question mark? What's happening? I mean, it is what it is. I don't know where the water came from. I guess we could take another dupe. Wouldn't be too bad. Sweeping out the coal will make this a little bit nice, though. Yeah, otherwise everything's doing pretty good. After a lot of adjustments, my saltwater boiler is working, but slowly warming up too much. And I think I need to inject coal from the side. Haha. I mean, it's heating up too much. We should put a Wheezewort in Steam. You could technically do that. It's just a really weird setup. I used Wheezeworts before to cool down a cool steam geyser that's 110 Celsius of steam. And I used Wheezeworts to condense it into water that I could pump. The thing is that it's a weird setup. If you don't mind it, I could tell you what I'm talking about. Actually, I have a video that uses the design. I guess it's better that I show you here, though. Do you know what a vacuum door is? No, use metal tiles. So let's argue you got your square box. Whoa, that's illegal. Y'all see this? I'm on 5x speed because 2 plus 3 is 5. Y'all see this? How fast are the dupes moving right now? I can't tell how fast this really is. Alright, we're good, we're good. So, let's say this is your Steam box. It's probably not like this. It's probably going to be a little bit wider. Let's go with 5, so it's here. Right, let's say you have that. Let's say you have a liquid lock, because you say you have a liquid lock. Right, so it might look something like this. The idea is that you could put doors here. It's really just that door right there. And then instead of insulated, you run metal tiles. And then on this side, you have your Wheezeworts. So your Wheezeworts are cooling down this box, probably hydrogen. And then you probably want a couple of texture plates here. And the doors open close on 2 automations. You have a temperature sensor on the left side and temperature sensor on the right side. They only close if you need the right side to cool down, or the left side is too hot. Just because if it gets too hot, the Wii's won't stop working. So you could run a setup like that. I've used a setup like this for condensing the cool steam vent. And it worked out pretty well. You just need like 6 Wii's wards. And then the biggest problem is that you have to add a sweeper inside. Deposit phosphorite, you know? In this case, the condensing system leaves a vacuum anyways. I don't need the doors. I just need enough cold to flash the steam back into water. Wait. If you're flashing the steam back into water, couldn't you just do what I'm doing here? Just pull the water from the output of the steam turbines. Comes out at 95 every time. Can't you just kind of do something like that? Oh, the saltwater boiler is going from 95 to 100 to 98, which is why it's warming up slightly. So the salt becomes steam, but then it condenses back down into water. Wait, I'm confused. You're doing some shenanigans, okay. I mean, couldn't you just, if you're adding water in, you remove water out via the output pipes? Water drips down from the saltwater geyser into a hot plate. The steam flies back up and hits the original saltwater, then drops down into a separate chamber. Oh, wow. Yeah, that build was never going to stabilize. How you describe it just makes it sound like it's, for lack of better words, shenanigans. Because it's like putting a steam turbine on top of the magma core and then putting a little bit of water in, and then it starts giving you power. And you're like, dude, amazing, free power. And then in 10 cycles, you realize the steam turbine can't run anymore because it's too hot. That's exactly that situation. I hate to say it, but yeah, man, you have a situation that's just meant to fail. In that sense. Just got a counterbalancing cold effect. Wait. How come it's not? Oh, what the hell? Liquid nuclear waste? What a sham. This is somehow there we go. It pushed it out. I was going to say, that was stopping all the water from spilling and flooding my biobots. Spill, boys, spill. We gotta let it spill. Thank you, Alfred. Moving out the pea water still. All right, so CO2 is added to the system. I don't think we have enough yet, but I think it's a good step forward. We could, at the same time, start doing a wood setup in a similar system. just run the aqua tuner into this room, deliver wood that we get from the floxes, and then as a result, all we need to do is have the wood burners running, and we just generate more CO2. Because my god, dude, this thing eats so much. We're not keeping up with the geyser. It's so bad. And we don't have hot CO2 geyser. So I'm thinking we might just need to make more CO2 generators. I guess it wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. And it's, again, free power. I got a lot of doors throttling saltwater geyser too. It's hard to explain. Yo, man. Let me know once you get it to work. Darker Rack, and post a screenshot. I gotta check this build out. This guy, he got the meme build from how he describes it. I gotta see it though, man. I gotta see it. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe getting a wood burner setup wouldn't be bad. Because wood burner generates a lot more CO2. The only problem is that it's going to get really hot. Which is why I'm going to need the AQ. Yeah, we'll try it out. So we are likely going to want to do this tile. Is that within range? That is. Okay. So this tile. We will want to start liquid lock setup. Here. Oh, wait. That's basically what I want, though. Ah, damn it. Let's make that there. I want a gap for gas to flow through, so this is technically not good. Okay, we want to put that there, and then... Wait, that doesn't work either. How does that work? Airflow... No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We just have to relocate how this connects. That could go there. That's actually not a big deal. And then we need one to connect to the outside. So that's going to be granite here. Okay. Bottle drainer. Let's get the tiles built. Is there anything better than ceramic for insulation? Insulite. This is a space resource, and this is the best thing in the game for making something that's closer to abyssalite. That's probably the best way to describe it. It's basically buildable abyssalite. But yeah, that would probably be it. It's tough to get, it's a pain. Well, we're going to be talking about, for the sake of it, moving liquid oxygen / liquid hydrogen. You're right, vacuum is the best, but when you have something that makes contact heat transfer, and that does exist even in a vacuum, you would want the walls to be made out of insulite on a technicality. Because even if it's insulated tiles, there's going to be heat transfer on the tiles. Right? It's going to eventually absorb a little bit of heat. It's just really slow. So when it comes down to something that's better than ceramic, it's usually about how insulated it is, and you're typically going to be talking about insulite in that regard. I put this big Discord. You see the salt water is a little too warm right now, and I have a million sensors. Let's see. Let's see. What is this picture? Oh, you're putting a Weezor door contact. Wow. That's jank. Yeah, that's never gonna work, man. I hate to say it. That is never gonna work. There's no balance there. That is never gonna work. The issue is the fact that you have no control over the heat. Eventually, things are gonna warm up as it is now, and it's only gonna become a problem. There is sadly not much you could really do about that. Heat is capped at 125 by the turbines. That's only true on the output pipe, right? Mine's is at 121, it's a little bit lower, but it's only true around the output pipe. I guess, yeah, if you're okay with it, man, let her rip, I guess. But yeah, man, you got the tough situation right now. If you rename the Weezor to Anakin, would that balance it? What a guy. No hatchling eggs would survive that. Dude, man. I need to be able to rename my plants and critters. I gotta get the mod for that. Alright, we're gonna single lock this, but we're gonna vacuum lock it. Then we need to seal this. Let's get plastic vents. And then we'll just do it right here. We can just grab it off of this line if it's temporary. This has got to be built first. So this little tunnel allows the gases to leave. And then we'll be able to get our wood burners inside. I will want to redo a little bit of this conductive wire though, but it's fine. We don't need to move in coal yet. We have tons and tons right here. Eventually we will though. Oh, we were so close. No, the biobots are dead. This is still flooded. Okay. That means my magma is gonna fill up soon. Oh no, bro. We're gonna get an eruption. This has not been running. Alright, let's prioritize this. Please. Save the magma tamer. Even though there's only freaking 30 grams of water there. There it is. It's active again. Let's bump this up to 9 so that the doctor does the job. We need some bots, man. We really do. We need them adding in lava to the build. Good news is that the cooling area is keeping up with the magma that's added in. This is not piling up. But we need a bot, man. Soon. Oh my god, 2 more. Okay, so copy, paste. The reservoirs are almost filled up. Let's go. Let's get rid of these. We'll have to add water to irrigate. Is there a way to track vitals? Nope. That's the one thing that kind of sucks. One of the things that really sucks in this game is when you make biobots and you don't realize that you didn't set up door permissions for the robots, and they go in places that you don't want them to be at. Like if you have them looping eggs, that's very common. Looping, it's like that was the biggest problem with using robots in this game. There was no way to control door permissions for them. So it ended up being that like you make a couple biobots, they get into this space that they're not supposed to be at. Whoa. How is this overloading? How is this overloading? Oh, there's 1,000 watts on this. Oh, that's the 2,000 watt line. Oh, yeah. That's not supposed to be connected like that. That's right. Yeah, I forgot that was a one-way wire. Alright, that's just gonna get repaired. You have to go to all new units, can't go anywhere policies right now. I have manually set permissions, everything. They're stuck in limit error. Yep. There is sadly no way to kind of get like a list of all active robots and click on it and get brought to where they are. I wish that was a thing in the game, but yeah, there's no way to do that. I don't know if there's a mod that does that. But that's effectively what you would want. Alright, we gotta vacuum this. One, two, three, 4. Can this reach? It can. Set that up. We will need a receptacle here. Probably have it on this side. This does not overheat. We just use iron. Just got to get a wire on this. Pretty straightforward. Then we're going to get some water on the floor. You know if there's an easy way to dump massive amounts of hydrogen into a tiny room? Yes. You don't need to do it this way, but you get a canister filler. And then you can put 200 kilograms at a time. And then you're going to get that in bottled form. Right, kind of like this. And from this bottle, you could move it to the room. And then you could hit empty. That allows you to release everything all at once. And the bottle filler will allow you to limit how much you put into. So if you need exactly 50, need exactly, 69, you'll get it. Nice. We don't need that. Gotta get the vac though. Let's put the mechanized air. Nice. These are those. These ends what we call the enjoyer. They enjoy the 69. Ooh, mamillets, sure. Alright, we made gristleberries. Did they eat that? Alright, we're gonna start putting that in here. And not in here. Oh, they did eat that. Did they? Bristleberries. Current errand. What are we moving? Sweat core. We don't have any of that, right? Yeah, 0k cow. Oh, so that was just kind of random. And then we're going to be making stuffed berries forever. Once they're ready to do that, stuffed berries is not an item we have discovered. Yeah, and then we have to cook that and move that out. Nightbot knows too, dude. Nightbot's cultured. Believe it or not. Nightbot really do be about that life. Let's go. Biobot. Dumping out the magma. Heating up the steam box. Let's go. Alright, so we're going to wait for the pea water to get pumped out. Pretty good. We will get the salt water in soon. I probably want to design the box first. Get everything cleaned up. I need to move out a lot of this water though. This has no auto bottle. Yeah, so this is all normal stuff. Let's run this side as well. Just be able to store more salt water on the floor. Man, we have so much to do still. Alright, let's build out this tile. So we add a layer of liquid in. I don't understand how I have a 200-gram tile of O2 that's stuck in the chamber. Yep, I hate that, man. I hate that. It's kind of like this. I have a single bubble of 5 kgs of water in my brine box. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell, dude? Who the hell did this? I feel you with that, man. That stuff sucks. Oh, it's about to go dormant. Don't worry. It's about to go dormant. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So I think what it was from the insulated tile here is above 100. It did the on-load boil because the tile is above 100. The weird thing is that it's only like 5 kgs. But yeah, that does happen once the insulated tiles get a little bit too hot. They will randomly boil, kind of like abyssalite does. They will, cause a single bubble of sour gas to appear, even though it's like the whole pool of crude oil hasn't really heated up yet. It's exactly the same thing. This is cooling down, I guess. This is still a lot of steam. Damn, 491? That's actually a lot. I too never ask whether or not I should. I just think about whether or not I could open up this box of steam. Totally safe, boys, by the way. What we're about to do. Dude, there's 73 kilograms of steam on this tile. Goodness. We're just gonna release the steam. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, it's safe, dude. We got all this abyssaline here to protect us. How do you store steam? Is the only way vacuum in space? Store steam? Wait, hold up. What do you mean store steam? You could do an infinite pressure box. Infinite gas pressure box. The only problem is that steam tends to lose temperature fast relative to everything else. So yeah, you typically don't want to store steam. It's kind of volatile. Yep, store the water. You could store water at 95. I wouldn't say it's too bad. It's not factorial. That's a good point. It's not factorial, dude. You can't be storing the steam for the steam turbines in those weird tankers. I mean, you could. It's just that, you know, steam breaks in this game. Where is this water coming from again? Dude, where is this water magically coming from? I'm so confused. I mopped it up once and it reappeared. And I look at this and I go to myself, there is no water pipes here. There is no water anywhere else. It's in the middle of the insulated tile right here. How does the water just magically spawn? It's here because it spills to the right and spills to the left. Steam? From what, though? I don't have normal ice. I have brine ice, so it should melt into water, brine, not water. And this is at 30 degrees. I'm so confused. Like, I only have brine ice because of the Rexes. And my Rex ranch is empty. Hey, man, that's not cool. That's what I'm saying. How is there water there at all? So that's another weird thing, is that that's the second time that's happened. That's the second time that's happened. This same exact spot. And it's spilled here and on top of the polluted water. I don't understand how it just appears. This is natural gas. It might be hot, but it's not doing anything. Yeah, it's also roofed. There's no water pipes in here. This is ethanol, by the way. The thing is that we don't have regular ice. Like, it shouldn't melt into regular water. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was ice that we have, we would be getting brine. This is 33 degrees. It's not even hot. I'm so confusion. How did it do the things? Oxygen makes with H. There's no H2. Where's the hydrogen? I guess there's hydrogen up top. Just a little bit. But yeah, we don't have ice anywhere. We are moving out ice, brine ice. Temp shift plates here, but that's brine ice. Shouldn't be the same thing. Right? Brine ice. It's really weird, man. Alright, this is done. Nice. We kind of have to move this. The gases is done. That's built. Alright, let's try to set this up. This is going to be brine. We're going to have to redo a little bit of how this works. We will have to disable tinkering. And then allow the dupes inside. And then we will do a little bit of a weird setup here. Boop. And then it's gonna be boop, boop. We just need a little bit of brine. Don't need a lot. Bristleberry, sure. You have steam leaking from somewhere and floating up by chance? It would dissipate, yeah, before it gets there. Like, it's not even like it's a hot area. Oh my god. You know what we do have? But it's weird. It shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, that's really weird. That's in that positioning where there's no water. I was thinking maybe it's the batteries. Right? The battery power banks are exploding when they get into a pool of water. The problem is that we sweep all the batteries into a weird spot here. All 70 megajoules. Right, we have a lot of batteries, but they're all right here. There shouldn't be a way for a battery to kind of just get here, because we're sweeping them out. We sweep them out so nothing weird happens. And then it's not like there's another meal hall. They all eat inside here. I'm confused, man. It feels like I'm working and debugging at work. Figuring out what went wrong. Yeah, man. That is the name of the game. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah. I don't know what it is. There could be so many reasons why that happens. Alright. Let's get the setup in for the pipelines. We will want the 1, 2, 3, 4, which is fine. Power's on the left side. So we'll do the setup. We will redo the conductive wire entirely. We will likely want the pump over here. We're going to bop this pump line. And we're just going to feed this slam into the CO2 line there. We're going to run an Atmos sensor. right there. And then the gens are short, right? 2x2s? Yeah. And then all we need is a way to feed in wood. So the smart thing is to just have a sweeper where my phloxes are and just run a line down. Cycle 1500, strange things happen. That's fair. That does happen. Strange things do occur. Okay, so we sweep both out. We are going to run a separate sweeper here into a separate loader. And then we're going to run this into here. Okay. Running that here just makes a lot of sense. Run it down into this room and have it slide out. Having the wood be hot or cold doesn't really matter. And then the only thing is we have to open this door. Yeah. We're going to redo a little bit of power rerouting. We have to run this like that. Run that there so we could remove a lot of the other wires. I guess I was overthinking it. I plan to make plastic an oil biome and did not want steam or water inside as there's just CO2. So the plan behind it was behind liquid log, but it produces steam, making it plastic. But I will build it on mesh tiles and pump the water that out as steam cools. So you have to understand too, you have to make sure that room that you make plastic in doesn't get above 150. You have to make sure about that, because if you don't stop from getting above, plastic melts at 150. All right, 159. So that's kind of the thing about using like a polypress and then putting it in a steam turbine room, because it needs to be above 125 for the turbine to run. And that means the temperature inside might creep up. So there's a chance that if you melt the plastic, you're going to get bodied, because once you melt the plastic, it does not come back into plastic. I just need some plastic for a few steam turbines so I start cooling the core bay. Oh, okay, that's fair. I will say that you would probably be okay just having it out in the open. Like when I first got started, I just had the polypress literally just kind of right here in the open space. Let the steam that comes out immediately condense into water and just mop it up. Like if you just need the first 800 for, or the first 150 for steam turbine, it's probably okay to do that. I had an experiment before where I was trying to put plastic machine in steam box and petroleum kept coming out at 100C the whole time. My disappointment. 100C is fine for my saltwater boiler though. But yeah, if you're worried, just put the polymer press over a pool of water. Yep. I have my poly press in here. And I'm running this weird setup where I take the aqua tuner, we have a cold box, and that has temp shift plates. And then any water we get just gets pumped out. And then the plastic's chilling. Kind of excessive though, I will say. Alright. This is taking a while. Oops. Speed this up. We're also going to need power here. Oh man, that's 4,000 watts. What's another 240 if it's already at 4,000? That autosave lag. Alright, we just need the dupes building. How is the steam? Dude, the number of steam just went up. It went from 490 to now it's at 1000. Man. The steam is boiling all the water it touches. This is not good. Good news though is that the bots are up and alive again. And it looks like the magma is going down. And it's going to be dormant soon, so it's not going to flood and melt my pitcher pump. Let's go. Alright, once we get more seeds, we're going to get the second row. There's some nuclear waste in the mix. I don't have any nuclear waste. I say that, but I do. We got the B box filled with nuclear waste. I don't trust not closed volcanoes. Hey, man. Volcanoes are pretty cool, dude. I mean, no. But volcanoes are hot. They're so hot right now. Will Ferrell meme. Okay, a lot of the top part was built. It's pretty good. So I don't know how the bead effect works. If the steam is cooling and the water in small effects, is it pulling my steam up into my saltwater boiler? Is this a volcano tamer for ants? I mean, kind of. We want to make something small, right? Just put it in. I mean, is this small? Not only do we tame it, we pull out the igneous at like a nice 34. Pretty clean. Let's see FPS. Welcome in. So the bead theory, so the thing with the water drop is that it kind of depends. Are you getting a free fall or is it climbing down the wall? So what you have to do is you hit F4 and hit liquid overlay. Sometimes if you get a water drip, it's going to climb down and you'll see it slide down on the walls. If you get it free falling, a common free fall example was coming out of a water vent. If you go into an active steam box, right, and you click on liquid, you don't see the liquid ever. And if you pull it off of the water like that, what happens is that if the box isn't hot, you'll start to see water droplets appear on the floor. There's no water in free fall. So basically what I'm saying is that those are two different things. If you're coming out of a vent or you get a specific type of spill, like the infinite water lock design, you get this water drop that effectively teleports to the bottom. The other one, where you have it slide down the side of the wall, might be what you're talking about with the bead drop theory, where it pushes up gases up. And that is true. It's just that you got to get that specific setup. So you should see, if you're dripping out water and it's sliding down the wall, either a long line of liquids or drops at a time. So if you're trying to do a drip bead, the common tactic is having it run off another liquid. So it's kind of like that. You have a heavy liquid here like oil, and then water comes out. I think you also want it like this. Yeah, I think you want it like this. So oil on these two, and then the water falls. I think you do single drop. The water spills off of the oil, and you get beads that hug down the side of the wall. I believe that's the easiest way to do it. I might be wrong. I don't do a lot of that bead stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Call me old school, man. I just pump that straight up. Wait, what's happening? Oh. Are we out of dirt? Oh, no, bro. No, we have dirt. Oh, my dupes are lazy. What the heck is this? Give me my dirt. Got no fertilization of my arbor trees. We might just need more dupes, man. The single wheeze ward is pulling through. Let's go. Hey, man, if it works, it works. Can't be mad. The steam's increasing, though, man. This is not good. Hey, man, let me know how that design ends up working out. I'm just giving you ideas, man. You gotta work it out yourself. But I want to see the finished results. I really do. Alright, chop that. Chop this. This combines. This combines here, there, there. Remove that. Remove this. Remove that. That's a cut here, here, and here. That connects. Okay. We're going to want to build an insulated door here. We want to move everything out if we can. Out here at the same time. Is my rail line almost done? Oh, that's unreachable too. Okay. Last one, and these two are just plug in full like that. So this is going to be what? Wood? Wood. Oh, we got to sweep the wood out. The wood gets dropped off here. And then we pick up the wood and run it through again. Yeah, I do, man. That large gold mass. I need to stop it. That's just a lot of gold. There's no real way of doing anything, though, without bopping the vacuum. I guess we try to do an oil lock. This is the full design. One wheeze ward. Hey, man. You enter a competition. Do the one wheeze ward cooling method, man. No, it's erupting. Alright, we'll leave it alone. We don't have, I need to solve other things first. We can let that kind of become a worse problem. I'm totally okay with that. Let that become a worse problem. We don't need to deal with that yet. I still need to convert my pinch of pepper nuts, the steam. Because once it starts erupting again, we have like no space for steam. We just gotta get more CO2 right now. What was your most memorable challenge in Oni? It's not possible anymore. Probably when we did the... Are you familiar with the 100K map? Are you familiar with the 100K map? Let me get this connected really fast. Yep. Yep. Should be good, should be good. Could have multi-slickers. Yeah, we're not going to do multi-slickers. We don't have enough CO2 to feed a skimmer. Let alone trying to get some more for slicksters. That's not going to ever happen. We're trying to generate more CO2 right now, man. Currently. Like this, we're burning coal just to try to feed this. And it's barely generating any. I remember talking about it. Yeah. The hot potato thing. But yeah, the 100K map. We did a challenge where we do carnivore, locavore, and super sustainable on the 100K map. And back on base game. So this was before you had the ice liquefier. And before the chilly surroundings change. So you would actually be able to move at full speed despite it being negative 170. The only problem is that you can't grow food, but that's not even a big thing. The biggest problem is the fact that you can't oh, I've never actually I never turn on the aqua tuner here. That's funny. You can't melt ice into water to get supercomputer research, and supercomputer research is everything. So you have to find a way to get regular water to tech up, and you would be limited to dirt tech, which is a lot harder than it sounds. And not only did we do that, we did carnivore, and we got super sustainable, which is getting the power before you do any CO2 burning. We did that before cycle 100 hit. So we did the 3 big achievements that are typically the hardest, and did all 3 before cycle 100. And we did it on the 100K map. It was really weird, but the run's on YouTube. The problem with that is that you can't do that anymore. It's not possible. I don't even know if the 100K map rhyme, that map I'm talking about, I'm not even sure if that's updated. I would imagine the chilly surrounding change has made it impossible to kind of start on that, but I'm not actually sure. All right, the wood's filled, right? Yep. Let's go. Do the sweepage. All right, the pipeline is finally good. We could do the wood burner tech now. This is going to be above 4,200 for the memes. I don't think so, because the devs in the Oni launch video had liquid locks in it. Like, they are the ones who introduced the idea of liquid locks to us. I mean, you could argue it is, but, like, there's no real proof. If anything, the proof goes against that idea. Oh wow, these have this effect. I didn't know that. But yeah, I'm gonna be real. The chilly surroundings buff sucks. I don't think it's good for the game. The worst part is that you could just have a spill of water on the ground. Grams of water. And the moment you touch that, man, penalties of the highest degree. We will curse you with Curse of Slow, making you move at a snail's pace for a couple hours in the day. Yeah, we were also arguing, did you give us boots? We did not get boots. Give us metal boots, man. I also wanted it so that they don't shower, though, if they're wet. That's the problem. Shower is a full cycle buff, and if you shower at the beginning of the day, you cannot shower. I don't know if that makes sense. But you cannot shower while you have the shower buff, and that lasts for a full cycle. So if you're showering regularly, you cannot shower once you're wet. That in and of itself kind of is like self-debate. Oh, you want to shower? Yeah, you can't do that, buddy. Dude. They just don't want to run? Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, these aren't even connected. Maybe that's the trick. Nope. Wait, so we have no wood getting delivered? Battery sufficiently full. Is this real? Because I'm not using the power, it's unable to... Oh, dude, that's so jank. It's not running because the batteries are full. God damn it, dude. From this steam turbine. So I have to start consuming power forcefully? Dude. Why do you do this? How come this just can't run, dude? That's so sad. Alright, we got a stupid idea. Maybe it works. We run an automation on it to give it a green signal that overrides the fuel request threshold. Because even at 100%, it's not pulling the frigate. Yeah, coal generators could do it, but then these don't. Batteries are sufficiently full. I'm so confused, man. It shouldn't be because of the automation or because of how this works. That's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. And then if I do that, I guess we wait on wood and we'll see whether... Alright, let's see if we could deliver wood and just get it rolling. 105? Nope. 100 max, dude. Full bar. Feels bad, man. Cyberdyne's adding some wood. Alright, let's see. Maybe we get it started somehow. Oh, and now it starts working? I'm so baffled. Alright, does this stop? No. No, this one is breaking now too. Oh my god. I have to have these disconnected. It's literally power that's not actually added to the system. That's so stupid. That is actually so stupid. So I have to disconnect the systems here so that they're not actually connected to the batteries. What the hell is this, man? Why can't we just have these burn? All right, so the wood added a lot of CO2. This is now pumping kind of steady now. Realistically, it's 170 each, so that's what? More than my pump could actually pump. So the amount of CO2 is actually going up. All right, so now we're gonna lock these doors. This is now locked. This reduces the amount of walking my dupes have to do. Now we get stable CO2. Hey man, I gotta get pea water though. Like, I'm trying to convert steam into water, but then my reservoirs are full. So we just need this running so that we could process more of the water. Everything needs cooling loop at this rate. Have to be, dude. I'm not gonna lie, that's probably me being an American. What's wrong with having a little bit of aircon? I'm saying, man, a little bit of aircon is good. Dude, again? Where is this water coming from? Dude, magic water, dude. Just appears like every 10 cycles. Where is this coming from, dude? I'm so confusion. Oh my god, is it here? Oh my god, that might be it. This water boils. But because it's from this door, it teleports the water vertically. Alright, we need a second door here. Magic second door. How do you do huge sweep like that? I got a big sponge, baby. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I got the big sponge. What can I say, man? So vertical teleportation used to be very common in this game until the devs tried to patch it out. Now the thing is that they couldn't patch it out. They could only prevent the situation that caused it. And that was the best they could do. So this door is effectively locked now. And then we're just going to open this door so there's no heat transfer. And then I guess it's just this tile that might be a problem. Alright, so now if it does boil, water spawns here. And we'll be able to see it. Now the weird thing is that I feel like we should see salt. There's no salt on the ground. That's the weirdest thing. If it is this water boiling. The brine should boil into steam, and then the salt should appear separately. Dude, man, they're grams, baby. I'm not trying to boil the brine. It's really weird. I'm just trying to stop the heat from leaking out. Alright. The mopping thing I have right here, it's a mod. Call it Smart Mop. You hit the button, and then it just mops it. You know why? Because it do be very smart. Moppage. Smart mop, baby. All right. This is still not... Is this going up? It is. Okay, once this hits 20, we're going to be able to actually start stockpiling CO2. That's going to be a good feeling. Because the good news is that once this starts piling up with CO2, the extra CO2 overflows into the bees. And these guys eat so much, it's insane. So I can't be too mad about that. Nowadays, even this mop has to be smart. Yeah, man. There's a competition over here. And you know what they say? Fight smarter, not harder. Something like that. Alright, so they're just basically always going to be running because they're staggered. And then since they're not connected, we're getting none of the power. But, you know... That doesn't matter. We just need the CO2. I want to say that works pretty well, man. Alright, so that should be solved then. We should be happy with that. This is getting kind of hot, but that's okay. Alright. Let's start thinking about how we want to do a little bit of a weird setup over here. The big thing, though, is going to be moving out the water over here. It's going to be kind of a pain. We could just spill it into the bottom. Let's go for it. We might also want to move this to have this drop into a pool of water, because some of that's going to be hot steel. And then we probably want to dig that so it just drains out. Let's get rid of the pitcher pump. We need to start clearing space over here. If we can, let's sweep everything from these floors and put it over here. And then we'll sweep that later. I will probably take another dupe. These dupes suck. We'll take the Botman Chip. We got to give Chip a new bedroom. Because when he starts defragmenting, he's going to be a light source, and everyone's going to be mad about that. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Little chip off the old block, huh? Alright, for now, Chip's going to have to be... sleeping over here, hopefully not waking everyone up. You know, I was looking through the list and I can hardly find anything worth ranching for a bionic colony. Are you sure? What about these guys? They give you power and you just hook them up to charging batteries. The plug slugs give you both hydrogen from eating metal and they give you free power at night. I don't need it because, you know, I'm very power rich in the colony right now, but it'd probably be plug slugs. This is natural synergy. Outside of that, yeah, you don't really have any need for anything else. The only other one that would have some sort of upside are these guys. The seals give you something called tallow. And you're not eating the tallow, more so that you are making gear bomb with it. So if you go into the hospital, you make tallow gear bomb. So instead of having to rely on gunk and looping it forever, you could just convert tallow and give them, you know, the bacon scented one. You want to smell like an engine or smell like bacon? Bacon smells a lot better, man. Just saying. Did we ever make the berries? Stuffed berries. Alright, nice. Look at that. We got milk cartons, baby. Brackeen. The gunk will pile up though. You gonna pile up the gunk in space, I guess? No, you could. So the gunk is the heaviest liquid in the game. You could start using that as substitute for drop blocking. So one thing about bionic dupes that a lot of people don't think about, if you use your starter gunk instead of for the gear bomb, you could use that for liquid locks. And then now your bionic dupes could go through a liquid lock without getting stressed. They're only stressed out by non-oils. So if you use a gunk / oil liquid lock, they could go through without getting stressed. So you know how the dupes, once they're in water, I mean the bionic dupes, if they're in water, they get stress debuff by like 400%. You could start using that for liquid locks now, and then use tallow for the gear bomb. They do oils in this game. Let's go to crude. They have a property called slippery. Slippery elements will cause your dupes to slip and fall, and there's an animation. It really do be like that. You can't really do much about that though. My deep freezer is right here. So that's coming from a thermal regulator. So that's the cooling. Just run the steam turbine aqua tuner. Now the idea for this is simple. We're running a CO2 freeze box. The big thing about the design is you cannot have the metal tile here that you're using for contact to be below the food. You cannot have that be. The food needs to sit on an insulated tile. Because of how gravity works, the food has heat transfer with the bottom tile that it sits on. No other tile. Now, we use the CO2 to trick the food. So... what I'm saying is that... you see the food right here? It's at 24 degrees Celsius. That is not deep freeze, but it's considered in deep freeze. So there is no spoilage. That's because food doesn't need to be cold. The food needs to be in a cold environment. And then once you do have it in a cold environment, it will just slowly acclimate, which makes it so that you don't need something that's high strength for cooling capacity. It's basically saying that, you know, a little bit of ice is good enough instead of having to turn on the entire AC on, right? It's like the comparison in magnitude. Now, you need to make sure the metal tile is on the side, so you only interact with the chlorine and not the food itself. The moment you have the food sit on top of the metal tile, there's going to be heat transfer there, and freshly cooked food comes in at around like 80, 70 Celsius, and it's really hot. So you have to watch out about that. The Swampy Delights, look at that. 91 Celsius, freshly cooked. All that cooking is going to heat up the food a little bit too much. I mean, the gas, and then you lose balance, and then food starts rotting inside your food storage. That's bad. But yeah, that's what you're going to want to do. I am using a drop lock made out of crude oil. There's a little bit of coolness from that leaking out, but, you know, gotta live with that. Hopefully that works, man. I run hydrogen. The aqua tuner is for my gold volcano. Has nothing to do with the food at all. So the aqua tuner cools down the turbine, and it's mainly for the gold volcano. That's right here. AQ is not part of the build. Make a liquid lock out of liquid mercury so it's poisonous. Dude, man. I'm just saying. These guys eat dirt. Literally. They're cool with it. Yeah, the thermal regulator is the gas version of the aqua tuner. And it's effectively... The building itself is about 1/10 the strength. It's the same cooling amount, 14 Celsius, but because of how much cheaper it is in power consumption and how the mass difference of the pipeline capacity, it's about 10% of one aqua tuner. That's just a testament to how less this runs. Right, my uptime's about 33%, and it's effectively doesn't run that often, and that's because CO2 is not reactive, right? Carbon dioxide, god damn it. That's another reason why you want to use carbon dioxide versus anything else. Carbon dioxide stats are 0.015 in conductivity. So the logic is metal tile, reactive, cobalt. The reaction here is the CO2 in the metal tile. You take the reactivity average between these two, and that means you get pretty good reactivity. So you get that, it averages out to like 50, right? Because it's 100 plus 0.015 divided by 2. Now that's a rough calculation, that's not an exact equation, but it's pretty much that. And then once you have that, that means you're able to cool down the CO2 faster than the CO2 is able to interact with the food itself. Right? Because the CO2 interacts with the food, not the metal tile. So because of how the reactivity of the CO2 is very low, and it's very unconductive in that aspect, it makes it a perfect medium, basically. And then looking at the mass, it's not a lot. 3,000 kgs, 1,200, 1,700 right there. You don't need a lot. I just kind of let it filled up. Dupes breathed out on the tile. You know how it is. And it worked out pretty well. Just brute force the heat. Bothers me that they're eating. Dude, I've wanted them to add in a microwave for the longest time. I was like, could you guys add a microwave so we could heat up the food and then we get a morale bonus for eating hot food? Like, that was the logic. Give us hot food that we could effectively get a boost for, and having hot food is a plus. I felt like that would have made so much sense in this game. And I wanted that to come out during Spaced Out, because, you know, radiation, microwaves, Chef Mike. And, you know, hopefully we get popcorn. That's what I really wanted, popcorn. We didn't get it. We got sweat corn. It feels gross, man. But we still can't make popcorn. Feels weird, man. Oh, dude, not enough oxygen. We could start doing this then. And put this as oxygen. I think the reason why is because they have another game called Don't Starve. They probably want to make it so that this game has no focus on food. Like, it's important, people's got to eat, but they don't want it to be a Don't Starve 2.0. You know what I'm saying? They're like, we already have a game called Don't Starve. We don't need to make another game that's about food like this. Mercury has high vapor temp, so it can be used for internal lock steam room. 2 temperature plates made from mercury, and you have a perfect lock. Oh yeah, it'd be nice to microwave dining hall. I would do, man. Dehydrated food sucks though. Not a fan of that. It's called food batteries. Yeah, man, that's why we have boops. That's why we have boops. That's why the boop animation is they literally chew on the batteries. Right? Right? That's exactly what it is. Oh, my man, Chip. You need to get a suit booster. We gotta make another one. I won't stand for dehydrated food standard. I hate dehydrated food because the rehydrator spits out water like it's a surfboard. And it's not that it spits out water like a surfboard. It's the fact that you touch that water and you get chilly surroundings. Everything stems from chilly surroundings, man. Yeah, if you go to consumables, you could see the morale boost you get. So the good food will give you something like +4. The bad food is like minus. Oh yeah, boops don't get morale, no. They get the room bonus because they're eating inside the Great Hall, Banquet Hall. So they get the +6 there. Because they will actually bring the food in here and eat. Or, well, the batteries. So they will get the morale from the room, which is, I guess, more reason to have the room. Alright, the water got cleansed up. Okay, we're going to leave that a little bit open. We're going to open this up. I'm going to leave that. I guess we do kind of want to do this. Okay, that kind of works. Start digging a little bit over here. And then I want to start bopping the top side. Oh yeah, I heard they do use the salt shaker. Yeah. I hear they do add a little bit of salt to the lithium batteries before they chow down. Start tripping off of acid. Alright, so we are going to start planning out the idea for the saltwater geyser. We are likely going to run the desalinators right here. And then we just have the saltwater spill it. And then we just pump it up from the bottom. We could also try to put the desalinators on the same level. I just don't think it's going to be enough space. So this is going to be producing at a rate of 7.7. That means I need to have 2 desalinators. We cannot fit... Oh, we could fit. No way. We have exactly enough space. Pump up on this side. Wait, we don't have space for a liquid lock. Liquid lock is 5, and then we have 1 pump space. Dude, that's... Oh, yeah, it's not enough. So close. So we will do a weird liquid lock here. Have everything spill down. Build the stuff here. And then pump on the same level. If anything, that means this is just going to be reservoir space, kind of like how we did the top one. So that we can pump out said salt water. Oh yeah, that was another thing that sucked. Dehydrated food didn't stack up. Carrying dehydrated food was a struggle. So we're going to have that, and then we're going to move that through a counterbalance heat exchanger. Hey man, slow and steady, right? One at a time. So I want to do a counterflow design, which means I'm going to probably want a steam turbine somewhere here, which is probably fine. And then it did stack into storage, but the transporting was 1 at a time. I think that's what the problem was, right? Yeah, the dupes would carry 1 at a time. The dupes are reading the nutritional labels and think that's the weight. Like, damn, this is how many pounds? It's kind of light, though. But you know what? The packaging never lies, so... They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Okay, so let's think about how we want to do our counterflow. What is our space here? Let's argue that we don't want to have that joint plate in. 12 by 9, 13 by 9-ish, 10 by 9, 10 by 13. So let's do a blueprint. 13 by 10, perfect. So that's basically our spacing. Let's argue we want the water dripping over here. And then we have that trying to get chill. I will probably run the airflow setup, but I probably want to do kind of an excessive design where we don't have this touching the walls. And then we need to move out the water as much as we can. Simple counterflow, right? What would this game look like? Yo, man, the game would be Don't Starve. I'm just memeing. I'm just saying that'd be funny. It just becomes Don't Starve. We do have a lot more wide space here. But I want to stop there, so we're going to have the battery kind of stay there. That works out pretty well. Berry Sludge OP still, dude. Berry Sludge, arguably one of the best foods in the game, if not the best. You get the plus morale of barbecue, but it never rots. So you never have to make food storage. That's so good. That in and of itself is just so good. We're probably going to need that, and then that could help us get started with the ladders. Yeah, it's within 4. And then we get to dig all that abyssalite out, yep. And then this spacing. I have to have this open so we could sweep diagonally, so we have to have the wall right here. You know, I haven't even bothered to do domestic fleet wheat. Do you have valves for that? No, I actually just go for this instead. This plant is a substitute for sleet wheat grain, and it's better. The Megafron, really good. This food item you get, Megafron grain, substitutes sleet wheat grain 1-to-1 every recipe. So if you go to Berry Sludge, you get to choose between sleet wheat or Megafron grain. If you do Frostbun, same thing. Now, the reasoning why it's better is look at the growth rate. The wild life cycle is 36. Sleet wheat grain is at 72. And the domestic is at 9. So this is a lot faster. Oh, you don't have this because of Dino DLC. Oof. This is so good, man. Because then one of the reasons why is because it doesn't need liquid. It consumes chlorine. There's no liquid or fertilizer. It literally just needs to be fed chlorine gas. So good. Now, that being said, pemmican gives Berry Sludge a run for its money. Pemmican is literally meat and tallow. Literally raw meat from any critter, and then tallow that you get from these little baby seals. And you get a food that never rots. Pemmican never spoils. And it's also a +2, which is barbecue level. Quality is not the same thing as morale, by the way. There is only 4 levels of quality. +4 is specifically made from gas range. And then normal cooking is +2. And then randomly you'll have like harder recipes at +3. Yeah, you don't need that many seals because they give you 50 each time they evolve, and that's 50 pemmigans because you only need 1 kg per pemmican. It's really nice, man. Dehydrated pepper bread, yo man, Y'all ever go to Popeyes and get the biscuits there? That's literally what Ian eats in Oxygen Included. Dehydrated pepper bread. They give you the Popeyes biscuits. You have a couple of those, man, and you thirsted, man. You be begging for water. Like, yo, man, y'all got any water? I'll even drink the Dasani. That's the ultimate test, man. Free biscuits, and then the only water you have is Dasani. Do you drink the Dasani water? Or do you go, I'm gonna go to the store down the street. I'm gonna walk outside real fast. Like, you know what I'm saying, man? Dasani sucks. Dasani water is not the business. That would be the ultimate test, man. Where do people draw the line? Could make a tea, that's true. I get the Frostburger, but like minus 12 athletics. Soul food is not that bad. -2, not 12. It's minus stress, though. It's basically, man, you eat food so good, you get the food coma. That's all it is. Oh, IRL, this guy. That's a buff that doesn't exist in this game, dude. I'm just saying. That's just a buff that doesn't exist in this game. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we got that space. I think we could do a 2-1-1 setup. And then we kind of do it like that. Or maybe we do it like this. And then we just run reservoirs at the bottom. That wouldn't be too bad. And then we just pump. I've made it because I did a run where I wanted to cook every food. And I will say the design we made at the end for the shovels was actually pretty easy. It was one of the easier things to kind of make. I did not expect it to be as easy as it turned out to be. Because the only thing you need to do is to run a tapidizer and then you're good. Run the tapidizer to like the max temperature 85. And that's perfect for shovels. Because they just need to be in hot temperature. I think it's above 60. And once it's above 60, they're going to give you this egg. And the only thing you need to do is run all the food that you feed them through a tapidizer box with water. And the water is going to get heated up fast. And then you just run metal tiles on top of the water. And then you get the good conductivity. And then you're able to just immediately heat anything up to that temperature and feed them. It was really simple. Because you could just run a metal box inside too on the same logic. And it'd be fine. I just realized this might not be what I want. I kind of want the top to be 2 tiles. No, counterflow cooler. We're going to be running the salt water at 95, but I want to cool it down for bristles. And these got to be at 5 to 30. Yeah, so we're going to be running the hot salt water up top. And then letting it drip, and we're going to run radiant pipe through it. And then we're going to have the steam turbine aqua tuner on the side. The only problem is that we kind of have like a small space constraint. And that is right here. That joint plate's in a kind of bad spot. So it's like I kind of have to have it here. I guess we can make it wider. Could we get... Oh, this one is fine here. We could move the sweeper down to here to get a little bit extra space. Just so that we're right at the corner. And then this ends up being... Oh, wait. The problem ends up being is that I need to have this diagonal in a line to be exposed so we could corner sweep that. We could make a weird shaped one. But I think it's gotta be here. So this ends up being what? 14 by 9? 13 by 10? I want to put it there. I guess we could argue we could move some space down right here and it's not a big deal. If you're just cooling, what's the point of the counterflow? That allows the water that we're pumping out to be closer. So hot water is coming in and then the aqua tuner starts here. So this is going to be 20 degrees and this is going to be 95. As this flows down, it's going to get chilled. Right? So this level is going to end up being around 25. This should be around 45 and then this should be chilled out to about 65. As we're dripping it in, each layer is going to be at a different temperature and it's going to be tiered cooling. Now, we don't need to do this. I just want to see if we could make it actually work. Yeah, I might just have to do something like this. And then we just have to be able to pump out the water nonstop. And then we also want it to be airflow here, so that there's no contact with the tiles on the side. Realistically, though, we don't really need that, but we could have it be, you know, bare ass. Get the extra tile. What you're saying is exactly right. What you're saying is exactly right. So I'm thinking, is there something I could heat up that way to kind of give us that double benefit? We don't have anything that we really want to heat up, though. That's the problem. Everything wants to be cool. There is nothing that we have that's lukewarm that wants to be hot. That's really what the problem is. We have nothing that's lukewarm that wants to get warmed up. Everything wants to be in that cool range. I don't think there's a single thing that's actually cool with that. We are already using the cool slush to cool down the spawn, so we don't really need to do that. And then we already have the polluted water here at 30 degrees to feed into the arbor trees that want to be under 40. I don't have anything nearby that really makes it work. Otherwise, yeah. We don't honestly need to do a counterflow design. We just want to do it. We never asked if we need to. We just asked if we could. Which is going to be the main reason why we're doing it. We're just doing it because we can. You know how it is. Doing it because we can. The biggest thing I feel like is figuring out how much I want to drip in at a time. I'm thinking we will need a valve this, where we have a set feed rate so that we don't have to worry too much. I'm thinking we will want something like that. Alright, so a lot of this stuff, let's try to sweep as much as we can. Whatever we can't sweep, we're going to have them just relocate. We're making a dent, boys. Let's go. Man, you see that? The roots don't even go down to the bottom. Kind of worried about that. Alright, trees are getting planted down here. This Pip's 22. Wrangle relocate. He's gonna get his own room, boys. Let's go. That Pip's gonna get his own floor. Hang out by the trees. Alright, nice. Let's move out all these items to here. Let everything fall down. This is gonna be fine there. Top side entrance, and then we're gonna have the bottom side. Not yet. I need to get seeds. So I need to let them harvest. Yeah, wood's on the floor. I started with 2 seeds, so we had to let them harvest for a chance of getting some. I guess we could just allow the Pips to just grab seeds now. It wouldn't be bad, I guess. Because the Pips will be able to do it here as well. Save us a little bit of jobs. Alright, let them work. Gold. Still doing gold things. Chilling. Alright, I want to say we're making progress here. Because this is going to be interrupting it, or erupting in... Dude, yeah. It's taking some time. We have enough CO2 now, though. This point where the gas reservoirs are filling up. I believe dupes always gave you seeds. It's just, you know, you're gonna need to make sure your dupe with the highest farming skill is gonna be the guy. Pips do give you some. I think the Pips give you more because they don't eat the full branch, right? So they get multiple chances every time they eat. But yeah. Should be fine, should be fine. 20 kgs. Dude, we barely emptied out the liquid pipe, and it's erupting again. Dude, we're not keeping up. with the guys. We need to go through a dormancy period. We really do. This is gonna fill up so fast. It's a steady 1 kg, man. Feels bad, yo. Yeah, alright, this is gonna fill up soon. It's keeping up for now, though. So we just gotta wait for a dormancy period, and we should be able to empty out all the water, and then by the time it erupts again, we should be able to keep up now, just in general. Wood for the win. Steam vent scares me. I want to use it as a boiler, but I failed to keep the temperature under control last time I tried. Been a while since I messed with one. Steam vent is tough. I feel like you don't really have a way of being able to get the most out of the temperature because of how easily it overpressures itself. Like, it generates 2 kgs per second, but the geyser overpressurizes at 5. So it erupts twice and it's pressurized. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so tough to manage that because you either have to let a little bit of the steam kind of just pressurize and then you don't get the full amount of heat extracted, or you bite the bullet and just extract on demand. And that way you could just deal with the pressure situation that you have. There's no way to make this infinite pressure realistically. Wiki says branches 5% of spawning acorns. Pips are required to get those acorns out of the tree. Wait. And I can't beat it at 500C with steel pump. That's another thing. It's 500C. A lot of things get bought by that. True. The only real way you could make this work is with a door pressurizer. Do you have sauna set up? No saunas, man. My dupes are barely getting the jobs done on time. I don't want to give them more stuff to kind of waste time on. Like, no one is stressed. We don't really need it. They're just going to be sitting in the sauna all day. And I'm going to be wondering, how come no one's sweeping? So the only design I think that works for this is using a door pressurizer. You have open doors that you put automation on that open and close on sequence. So it closes, everything opens, everything pushes in. And then the right side is locked. Everything else opens. It pulls the steam in because it's a vacuum. And then you close the outside, then the inside, one at a time. And it pressurizes the steam into the far right. Now, that design is mainly to make it so that you could allow it to keep spawning. From there, it's kind of up to you how you want to do that. Yeah, door compressors. The problem with door compressors is that they're generating one of the most lag in the game. Door compression is laggy as hell. They are probably the easiest way to generate a lot of lag and then also duplicating resources. Once you have the doors open and close and you simulate on 3x speed, you start to get this weird situation where the game will basically give you double resources because it will have it so that when the door closes, resource spawns on both sides instead of just one. As a result, you're just doubling up the liquid every time you close. I have a video. I went to the water planet and I was trying to have all the water on the water planet get condensed into an infinite pressure box. And I did a omnidirectional water compressor. Basically, it was We did the door automation, top side, left side, right side, and bottom side. And then the middle is where it was all getting pushed into. I ended up getting 9 billion kilograms of water. And the entire planet wasn't filled yet. Like, it was still trying to empty out. The one where you let tidal waves ravage the water planet. Yeah. And then it's weird. The water pushed all the way up to the top of the map. And it hit the upper limit. Where's the upper limit? Yeah, it hit that red line. It literally couldn't go past the top. And the water actually was so dense because space right here deletes water. I think it's like 100 grams every break, and there's 4 breaks in a second in Oni, something like that. So it would consume like 400 kgs of water per second, and it was just so much that the water was still just filling up, and it filled up to the top. It was crazy. It was so weird, man. I didn't know because I let it run and I went to make dinner. And when I came back, I was like, what the hell, dude? It was insane. But yeah, it was a lot of water. Fun little experimentation, though. All right. Let's pop these ladders. We got to move this power wire, too. Liquids and infinite storage multiplies unless it's 1 tile tall. I'm not gonna lie, man. I've never witnessed it, so I don't actually know. Take the line. All right. Couple more seeds. The slashing mechanic. Splashing. That's only on the specific design, though. There is a specific water design that duplicates it based off of kind of that theory, but it doesn't require any lag. The standard 4x4. I've never actually seen if that's a thing. I should really try to like spawn a pool of water of like specific amount and pressurize it and see if it multiplies. I've only noticed that it would multiply your water if you ran a specific setup. A normal infinite water pressure would not multiply the water in my experience. Because I would still run out of water and stuff like that. Oh, I spawned a new tile. Come on, dude. At some point, my water might pressurize and start cracking. That is not going to be fun. Look at these blobs of water boiling, touching the insulated tiles, man. What a travesty. It's all cool, though. Just waiting for the eruption. Feels bad, man. Yeah, man. Each tile pushes the water so that it's higher amounts per tile. Alright, just waiting for this to consume the pea waters. It's doing good. Everything's growing. I think it's the insulated tile boiling. Like, we stopped getting water here. I'm thinking that was what it was. Insulated tile doing the abyssalite bug. Sorry about that, yo. Slashing, moving around ends up adding more to the tile. My first saltwater boiler failed because I had 4 tiles of saltwater on 1. I didn't know how I had space for 8 tiles. Oh. I see you over there. Yeah, man, that happens. That happens, man. The classic water pressure because of state change. Just noticed the Roblox tab on the Twitch site. Is that new? There a new Roblox event? Classic. Roblox is not that it's getting popular. They added some new things, right? Like an update or something. Big event. Thank you, Timo. Igneous down to 710. Dude, we are consuming it. Iron's down to 174. Gold and copper is very trace amount. Dude, we actually finished consuming copper and gold volcano metal. We just got to start bopping the gold from here soon. How much liquid makes only that small drop of water does not spill over? That's not... So when you're doing liquid drop locks, so you're doing something like this, right? What you're actually looking for is a heavy liquid. You want to use oil. So there is actually a liquid density chart. It's basically gunk, then every oil in the game, then super coolant. Then you have some weird in-betweens like brackine, nectar. Then you have your waters, and then you have, I think, visco gel up top. So you typically want to get the heavy stuff, so any of the oils is usually good enough. Just make sure it doesn't boil. I think one of the ones that are culprit for that is like phyto oil, so watch out. But gunk is the heaviest, and then crude oil is the second heaviest. Now the reason why is because if you get something that's not heavy, there's going to be a couple reasons. One is going to be if water spills on top, yeah, and it goes underneath it, it's going to flip-flop it. The second thing is going to be because when you have all right, so dupes are 2 tiles tall, right? But when they breathe, it's a plus sign. So what ends up happening is that if you have the dupe standing here on top of the drop block and breathing, he's going to be able to breathe and put CO2 inside here. Now, that's normally not going to be a problem because you could easily just build and deconstruct. But one of the things that can happen is if they're standing there and breathing, they could push the liquid in. For whatever reason, heavy liquids don't get hit by that. And the only thing that could actually bop it is if they're carrying something that off-gasses, and it off-gasses directly on this tile. Now, that shouldn't ever happen anymore for the heavy liquids because of the change where they displaced and have it on adjacent tile. But it's to prevent things like that. So basically the idea is the higher the grams per mole that's on the liquid density chart, the less likely the liquid's going to move. So you'll end up getting weird setups like this, where you could have the water on top of the oil and it stands strong, right? Vacuum still. But yeah, it's usually to prevent other liquids from going under. It's to make it so that it doesn't move. Napta. I mean, you could use napta. It's just so much work for it. I guess you could argue that you have to get lucky with getting oil. You could always get gunk by getting a boop. But yeah, that means to get naphtha, you have to get plastic and then you have to melt it. You could use naphtha. Some people live and die by it. But it's personal preference. Right, but that means you have to have plastic though. That's the big thing I'm saying. You have to have plastic at that point. Yeah, if you use any of the oils, anything at the bottom of the list, you're good enough. Like, it doesn't have to be a specific liquid. It just, you want to be in the bottom half. At the very least. And then at that point, it's going to be good. In a, like, weird situation where you have to break into a... Let's say the chlorine box has something weird. And I needed to break in really quickly. Using something like water or brine temporarily is fine. But you have a chance it might break randomly. Water, because it's lighter, can actually get pushed around by gases pretty easily. For whatever reason. But yeah, for a temporary situation, using water is fine. It's just, don't expect it to last. Yeah, man. Hunters and naphtha troop there. I've had this petroleum lock since 1,310 cycles ago, and it hasn't broken once. We got the large age. It's been chilling though. In the past, I built vacuum rooms with the pump next to a volcano and plastic tiles in that room and used the proceed barely used naphtha. It's one of those things. Naphtha has no use outside of using it for a drop lock, or if you're doing a naphtha boiler, or you do that and then convert that to sour gas. Some people get tired of their glossy Dreco ranch stacking plastic up to like millions and millions of kilograms. So they'll actually put the plastic on a rail and have that melt, because that does not break the rail. So that allows you to do a pretty simple sweep plastic on a rail, let it melt off the rails, and then you get a boiler. And then you get free power, right, on that part. Yeah, stuff can melt on rails safely. It's the only exception compared to like liquid pipes, gas pipes. Those, if you have something freeze or even become another liquid if it's already a liquid. Like if you have crude oil in liquid pipes and it boils petroleum, pipes break. Right? So that sucks. Fake endpoint receptacle, yes. So it's, I wouldn't call it fake. But yeah, it's an endpoint. And then sweepers automatically get access. You could give manual use them. But you could always just run a bridge. Because one of the things you would probably want to do for a naphtha boiler, and you're running plastic on it, is you just do a loop. And then you bridge on. Because what happens is that you have plastic looping till it gets hot enough, and once it melts, it's off the rail, and then you just add more. So you could literally do something like this, where only the bottom half is exposed. You could also do the opposite. You have the top half in a vacuum. And then you run your hot metal tiles on the bottom half. That way the metal allows you to keep a vacuum, and then you just heat up the metals instead. Yeah, so if you have the rail inside of the metal tile and it melts inside, it gets displaced. The rule is up top and then clockwise. So if you have this like that, it will always spawn up top. Afterwards, if you put a second layer like that, it's going to do clockwise motion. So this one's going to spawn bottom right. Same thing here. This one is going to spawn on the right. So if you put, depends on how you set it up, but it's basically, there's like a system where it kind of checks if that tile is open, it'll spawn there. But yeah, you could kind of use that to your advantage. It's similar to how we're doing the magma, right? Make it spawn here instead. Yeah, that's the one thing, man. Things that like that start, man. The funniest thing is probably when you start having algae on a conveyor line and you accidentally run it through a hotbox. And then you just get a tower of dirt at 2 kgs per tile, or 10 kgs per tile. Because it's like, if algae boils on the rail, it becomes a diggable dirt tile. And then for whatever reason, that stacks vertically, infinitely. And it's maybe like a special rule because it's a diggable tile. It follows the old rule set where you teleport vertically until you find space. Because that used to be how everything works. Everything used to go up vertically. Like, if you were accidentally in a weird space like this, and then you close this door on the right, and then you have a dupe inside, and you force close it with a switch, they used to allow that door to close. And your dupe would teleport vertically. And that used to be a way to get to the top of the map. You could literally on spawn cycle 1 build the door. Well, I mean, you can't do it cycle 1. You would have to have automation set up. But if you just close the door and while it's closing, you run the dupe inside that tile, they would teleport up vertically to the top of the map if you have no 2 tile gaps. And it was a weird bug because people would complain, oh, my dupe teleported to the top. What the heck, man? And no one knew what was happening. And then someone was able to replicate how that would work. And it was like, if you have your dupes run in and the doors all close at the same time, there was nothing stopping the doors. Like, there's no, you know how elevators have the thing where if they have detecting collision, they open up again instead of crushing whatever's inside? That's basically what it is. They didn't have that safety notch, man. They did not follow the 3 rules of robotics. And thus, you know, things were happening that shouldn't have. Gunked toilets? Wait, what? My toilets aren't gunked, though. Dude, we have these. Wait, but nothing's broken. There's no gunk on the floor? There's no gunk inside the contents. I'm so confused. Yeah, I did. I deleted the platform after doing it. Yeah, but I would have a pool of gunk, right? Because it would break. If not there, it would be here. There's no gunk anywhere. I'm so confused, man. Alright, that reminds me. Since we have 5 of these now, we're going to duplicate the schedule. And then we're going to duplicate this row. Wait a second. Up, and away. Okay. Chip needs to get the new schedule. So they don't share bath time. Yeah. We should probably also do 2 people. Oh, did you build the rock module? Yep. I'm pretty tempted to put a massive amount of boot private bedrooms. melted rock module. You could do that. You could do that. Understand, though, each standalone setup like this is going to be considered a rocket. So in my base, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rockets, technically. Despite not being able to launch any, there are technically 6 rockets on the planet. It really do be like that sometimes. Water, no gunk in the pipes. I'm scared because my gunk could potentially go into my electrolyzers, and then that would break the build. Right? A little bit worried about that. Mamba, I hear you, baby. You all right? Mamba was doing the thing where he had a bad dream, and then he's calling out for me. Little babies. What are you using Spacefarer modules for? Inside is the boop specific gunk extractor. It's basically, I didn't want to do a liquid lock room, and I still want to give them a room. Because the thing is that, you know, you gotta control the gases inside. Polluted oxygen. They get the gunk right there, and then they make the gear bomb stuff right there. So they pull water from the outside, put it in. And then we just kind of have that inside. There's no room bonus. It's literally just some extractors. They should be locked out. It really do be like that. Yeah, Dark Arachnos. We get the polluted waters. Fun times. But yeah, you do standalone little modules like this. I was going to do another one for the lube station. I was considering it. We ended up not doing that, though. The only problem about these modules is that you have to understand, unless you build a battery on top of it, one of these, you're not going to be able to get power inside. I was like, oh no, bro, there's no power wires that you could run through this. Even if you get the power outfitting, it doesn't connect to anything because it has to connect to the battery module. So you have to do like a 2-stack setup. If you do that, you could do like a private little space arcade. You know what I'm saying? Get the arcade inside. Have them hang out inside their own little, you know, getaway. Pretty cool stuff, man. Dude, look at this guy, Cyberdyne, hugging some pips. I sees you over there. All right, not bad, not bad. This opens up some blueprints. Always lucky. Only 4? What a chump. I have these. I have that as well. Oh, damn. Okay, another skirt. Oh, damn. Okay, new top. You know what? I'll take that, man. 2 new tops. I mean, 2 new outfits. Supply closet. All right, we got some new skirts, right? Yeah. We got the disco, and then we got the power. Nice. I'll take that. I'll take that. Always pipe in hydrogen. No, it's probably better just put batteries inside. It's just that at that point you might need cooling. Got to put a wheeze word as well. And then the ones I would really want to get next are the onesies right here. I guess it's really just the 2 pajamas. We have 3 PhD dresses. Goodness. And then we need to get the other balloons. Oh, Goldfinger, dude. I gotta get these. The puff ones look kind of goofy. I wouldn't mind those. And then glossy Drecos. Those are really nice. Shovels are not bad either. Yeah, I get dischargers, man. The batteries are pretty good. All right, people of chat, it is gonna be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Let's go. I have never recycled blueprints. I have always let them stack up. As you can see, some of these stack up pretty high. Let me go +2. I want to see how many gloves we have. All the socks, man. I guess it's not that bad. I think the drywalls, we might have a lot of. 6 of the chili reds. That's been unlucky. Chili red. A lot of this balloon. Dude, flower pots are my bane, dude. We have so many 5X's here. $5X glove, 2 and 3, 6X here. I think I did recycle one time a while ago. Yeah, I did do 2, but like I haven't done like a full gone through everything and like, you know, recycle everything. I haven't done that. Do you do anything to hide heavy conductive wire? I feel so bad running through everything. Can't decide where to put it. You can't. So one of the things you could do is do a hallway like this, because that cord does not go through solid walls, right? So mine's is horizontal here. I used to do this concept a lot, where you have a geyser right here, right? Let's say whatever kind of geyser you have, and then you build the gens next to it, right? Because it's like close proximity, makes a lot of sense. And then what I would typically do is run that heavy watt wire and then run a vertical line. And then I would have my base have this be the far left. And then do something like this. And then we would have transformers. And then from there, I'll be able to pull out the wires for my base. So that I wouldn't have to spend a lot of conductive wiring. So my power plant is by the geyser, far away. Because it's not going to give you something close nearby. And then you just run a heavy watt close to it. Make it so that your dupes don't go through this. If they do, just, you know, wall it off. Because that cord does not go through solid tile. If you do need a cross, probably put some doors there. Yep, good old power spine. The concept. Now, if you don't want to do that, and you have a lot of free dupes that aren't doing anything, you could always just make it so that the power generators are making batteries, and make your dupes put batteries in dischargers. The good thing about dischargers is that they're all natural smart batteries built in. So they're never going to spend more than you need. And they're always going to stop consuming if you're not consuming power. Outside of that, yep. You're going to want to put statues like I did. There's not a lot here, but it's like, it's to counteract a little bit of the bad wiring. No, man. No gloves, no socks, man. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. How well that works with a million Flytos. I would rather, if you're gonna just use Flytos, run a conveyor belt like this. So that your sweeper just sweeps it and your batteries are at your base. And then from there, you could do the deliveries. Because I'm not gonna lie, man. Each Flyto is this guy. And it's like, damn, that's laggy, dude. What in the world? This one puff keeps shaking the lines in the world. Oh my god. Dude, this reminds me of Whitebeard from One Piece. He's so buff that he will just punch the air and it breaks. Like, whoa, dude, this is insane. He punched the air and it started cracking. This guy, man, he moves and the world shakes. Come on, man, move. Please? There it is. Oh, the world's shaking. All the lines are moving. All because of this prince causing all the problems in the world. Oh, pip eggs. Little babies. They get to go to the second floor. The power of royalty, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So the reason why you would probably want to limit your Flydos is because I believe the Flydos could carry batteries to other Flydos. I'm not sure how that really works. You don't want them pathing across the map just to save the other homies. Then again, it's like, maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows? People of chat, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So, of course, we're going to be heading into Super Bowl weekend. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend. If you're rooting and watching the Super Bowl, hope your team wins. I have no one that I'm really looking out to for the football game. But, yo, man, hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Stay safe out there. You might have some people drinking and tailgating. Who knows? But nonetheless, man, it is going to be time for us to get that saving. Part 20.